1, 2, 3. Tested the microphone the other day. One, two, three. Well, the trouble phone's going to go off in a minute. Yeah. What's it not doing then? Yeah, that's what you have to do that. Yeah, yeah. No problem. If it ain't broke. I'm I'm waiting for the others to come in. Well, I hope not. No, but it's because I've got that new ticketing system, so I'm half expecting some hassle. Yeah, sort of take the money and run. There's a couple. I think I might have just sent you another one actually. Oh, so well, I didn't send you one because I sent you one the other day. You already have one. You should just. Oh right. I thought you just clicked it. Ooh. What's going on? Because none of them have tried to join us tonight, which usually means, yeah, but it doesn't matter because I've opened the meeting and sent them all an email, so they would be able to join the down. Should be working. That's what you should do, yeah. Or not. Or yeah, or launch meeting. If you just launch meeting, it should do it as well. No, this is nuts. Dave 1955. Should be Dave 1955. The other girls are probably screaming at me. I don't know. Ah, there's participant. Hang on. There's participants. Ah, right. Admit. Well, that proves it working.
Hello, Dave.
I'll switch this off, otherwise it will get an echo.
Okay, I've got red shorted lady on
I don't understand where the others are.
now. Right, you're very quiet at the moment. I'll have a look at your volume. Listen to it. Now you're up full volume. You're quiet.
Because it'd be all right now because I was on the other microphone.
Better. Right. Oh,
Oh, bugger, where's everybody gone then?
important people are here.
Wow. My phone will go again in a minute.
Okay. This full screen you just fell off. Haven't got the camera on that one. Start video. There we go.
I just clicked it.
And looking behind you now. Hiding.
Oh, it looks like a photo. Oh, there's someone else coming. Hang on. So it's working.
There you go. Yeah.
Carol's going to say I had terrible trouble getting in.
Sorry?
That's interesting to see what Carol says. She's just come in.
Oh, morning.
Morning.
Oh, just about got in. I don't know, I got it wrong somehow. Okay, right, I'm here.
I don't understand. Yeah, a bit weird because
I thought I'd signed up for your Friday morning meeting, and I looked again and they sent me a ticket. It's all right, I've done it now. So
I just changed them to a new assist. Well,
all right, okay.
Good.
Morning, Gordon.
Morning.
Morning. I can just see the top. Oh, that's better. Morning, Anne.
well, I actually, just to cover myself, I sent you, Carol, Joyce, and Christine an email from inside here now. So there is a link out there.
All right, never mind. We get there.
Oh, hopefully.
It's different every week, isn't it?
Well, it's really weird.
Oh.
I actually tested it out myself the day before.
Hmm.
I don't have any. Sometimes I get Mel to join. She's getting a bit peed off.
Right.
It's costing her a fortune.
Oh, bless. This
Friday.
week's looks hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I fancy this. My painting's going from bad to worse at the moment.
Well, that cat looked lovely.
Well, yeah, it should have been better, but I did it on the canvas and it wasn't working out very well. So
You could perhaps. I mean, when I saw it, I thought, was that pastels?
yeah,
Yeah.
that bloke inspired me. I thought, yeah, I do like pastels.
Yeah. Did you watch those videos then?
Yes, yeah. Have you put another one on as well?
There was one from a guy called Tom Allen, which is
yeah, I watched that. He rabbits on a bit, doesn't he? But he's good.
Yeah, the snow scene from where.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen
no, that's
that.
the other one. That's the new one, the snow one.
Oh, I'll watch that.
I would.
Oh.
They're very good, these guys.
Yeah.
It's not about. It's all right, but I'm more interested in what goes on in their head, their thought process.
Yeah, that first one, it was a bit abstracty when he just pushed all of it on the thing. You see, I could see a dog in there, but he saw a cathedral. You see, I'm tuned into dogs and animals.
That's one of the
Depends
things.
whether you're religious or dog orientated, really.
Pardon?
Depends whether you're religious or dog orientated.
Oh yeah, I'm more dog orientated. Sorry about Ralphie last week. He came rushing in.
Well, that guy, I forgot his name now, Tom, wasn't it?
No, oh no, oh I don't know which one was which. Yeah, anyway.
Tom Watson or something. He was he does actually do a lot of those cathedral, that shape and is in his mindset.
Yeah.
So a lot of his paintings tend to be sort of evolved around that.
But all the colours they've got, you can get so many colours, can't you, in that pastel? It's lovely.
Joyce is in. Captured another one.
Hello, Joyce.
She's not here yet.
No,
No.
frozen.
Oh, we got two of her now.
It's in stereo.
Hang on. This is fun, isn't it? Well, we're nearly here. Something's happening.
Ah, morning, Joyce.
Good morning.
You managed it.
I did manage it.
Oh, I
How's
spoke to Paul.
everybody?
I spoke to Pauline yesterday. She said to say hello to all of you.
Oh, how's she doing?
Yeah, well, she's had a slipped disc, hasn't she? She had a scan. She had a bulging one, but she'd actually slipped it. She'd bent over and it had
Oh.
come out. So she's got to be
Mm.
careful. But so she's getting better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She messaged me this morning saying that she's been in a little, she has been in a little bit better.
Yeah.
Still not. She still doesn't feel up to just sitting and.
No, she said she can't sit for too long. It's too long for her to sit. But I'm sure she'll get there. She sounded well anyway.
Yeah, it's not fun, is it?
She didn't have any repercussions from her COVID jab, so that was all right.
I was all right for about 3 days, and then all of a sudden my arm was really sore, was bruised.
Oh, you had it done, did you? You got it done on when you took your eye?
No, I went again. That's
Oh, right. Well,
Hang
my arm was sore for 2 weeks. But never mind. As long as it works, that's the main thing. You had yours
Oh,
yet,
yes.
Joyce?
sent you.
Yes, I did. I had mine just over a week ago,
You
and
were all
it was
right.
fine.
Yeah, good.
Christine's done it again. She says. She just text me on eBay on what's that thing on Facebook. She said, I've done it again.
What's that? What's she done?
Bought a ticket for Friday.
Well, yeah, that came up on mine, and I thought, oh, I've got the wrong ticket here. What's going on? Oh,
Yeah, it came up on mine as well.
but then when I looked, I'd got a ticket in my inbox. So
Yeah, that's
yeah,
how it works. Shouldn't be one for Friday though. Interesting, but
Yeah, mine said Friday as well.
What day is it today? Oh, it's Tuesday.
maybe it's just the wording on the thing. I'll check it later. I mean, I'll recheck it. So I'll check it. I'm checking it all the time.
we never know what we're going to log into, do we?
Right.
Oh dear.
As long as it's interesting, Carol,
Yeah, that's it. Oh dear.
I've left the recording on today as well. Some days I pause
Oh
it
dear.
and then forget to aha.
Oh, here she is. Morning, Chris.
Hello.
Oh,
Hi,
it
Christine.
Here.
was all quiet.
Morning.
One hand comes out.
Oh dear, oh dear.
There's a mystery lady up there.
Oh, a mystery lady.
Yeah, she just see her arm come out.
I don't know where.
Oh dear. I've been messing about for ages. Well, I was trying to do it on my laptop, which is going extremely slowly. And
Frustrating.
I thought it's ridiculous. I'm not getting in. And then I went right the way back to the beginning and realised I bought a ticket for Friday, which was really silly.
No, but
We
we
all
had
seem to have-
Friday came up. We had Friday came up.
Oh, did you?
But then I looked in my inbox and the ticket had gone to the inbox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to work. You put in your email and then it will send you the link in your inbox. ready.
Oh, I see. I see.
That's normal procedure.
Yeah, no, it just said, use this link and click on it, and nothing was happening.
Well, it's
Never
not-
mind.
If you
I'm still trying.
If you ever do get stuck like that, never fear, because I can send an invite from inside once the meeting's open. So what I do is I'll email you it from inside, thinking, hello, they're having trouble. So
Yeah. Oh, that's all right then.
you should get.
Very good.
You've probably got an inbox about 4 emails now. So
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
still can't. I still can't seem to get it on my laptop. But hey, never mind.
coming today.
I'll stick with the phone.
I don't know what Terry's up to today. He's doing something. Then he said, I'll come on Friday. I said, well, Fridays is just to sort of drop in as you like to see how things are going, because if you've got any, just chat and a coffee and a doodah, really. Oh, right.
Aha.
I'll see you in 5 weeks' time. I don't know what it was.
Oh.
I'm down to Margaret. Apparently, I
How's
was
birthday boy? You recovered, Gordon?
Yes, I was going to show you my birthday presents.
Oh.
Is it expensive? This is what we need to know.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Got a
Yeah.
good-
How about
Oh.
that?
Oh,
What's
that's,
that? Oh,
Oh.
paintbrush.
Oh,
Oh.
lovely.
Squirrel moth.
that looks like a rosemary mop.
It's the Da Vinci moth, made in Germany.
Yeah.
What? Oh, lovely.
My good
Very
lady
nice.
I haven't got one of those. Have you? Have you got one, Joyce? Have you got a mop brush?
Not quite like that, no.
and the other one,
Oh, some paint. What colour's that?
our tutor told me to get sap green, so that's what I ended up with.
That Chinese white?
Sap green.
Oh, sap green.
That green, yeah. I've been really, I was going to say I nearly said I've been really good this week and haven't bought anything, but my nose gets longer.
Oh gosh, what have you been buying this week?
I for those big paintings that I do, pull out sheets, I bought an easel, a De La Rowney easel
All right.
made out of beech, so I could stand it up and just put it on the side and forget about it, or
Oh,
look at it and do a bit, like proper artists do, come back, oh yeah, needs a bit of this. So that's my thinking there.
yeah, but it all goes wrong, I find, when I go back and try and alter it. Oh,
Otherwise, I find with the big ones, because they're on big, well, I don't know, 4 foot by 3 foot boards, all
oh gosh.
stretched out. The tendency is to put them down and lean them against something. Because they're bulky in the way. Then you forget them, and you
Yeah.
never look at it. Or it's. So I figure if it's there, I was looking at it last night. Different parts of the day, you see different bits. I think if I paint that lady's dress a little bit white on the left hand side, that look like it's in shadow. And then I was this morning thinking, what it really needs is some of that Indian gold that me and Gordon, I treated myself to the other week, and to brighten the picture all up, so.
I bet you put that on that horse we've got to do.
I'm looking
today.
at it, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't got that though, have we?
Yeah, I know. I think if you have got any gold, it might be a useful colour to.
I've got it in pastel.
I bought that. What else did I buy? I ordered some more paints.
Oh,
Little tinker.
what colours have you got now?
I was looking at something online, and he was using Horizon Blue. And I thought, Horizon Blue. Where I can get that from? But it was there. I haven't got any Holbein paints. I thought I'd try them out.
Oh,
Gosh.
bloody dear.
Oh, we won't go there then.
They were, I mean, 10 mil, which is the Petersburg ones that we like. Tubes of that, they were like a tenner.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's only for selective colours, but they do a good range of colours, but not like a huge range, but a very selective, good range. I bought Horizon Blue, Neutral Tint, because we haven't got any of that. We should really start using that. And Grey of Grey, which is a sort of a, don't know why I've got into using grey at the moment. Well, hey ho, try it and see what happens. There was another colour, I forgot what that was. I think it might be a yellow. So
We need a picture we can use our nice bluebell paint, don't we? You got some of that, haven't you, Joyce?
I'm not sure. Was that a Winsor and Newton one?
No, a Terry Harrison one. I thought you had one.
I think I may have it in a box somewhere.
The what's the thinking on this picture then? Anybody got any?
Don't like it.
No. Do we have to do that one? I don't fancy doing that.
Well, I've set my mind on it now. So it's,
oh God. Well, they're all, well, mine would be horrendous anyway, but never mind. We'll have a go.
Be loose, I think.
Oh, I tried that with the beach hats. Look at the colour they went.
Well, I did spend quite a bit of time yesterday sketching it, and I was even using the toilet roll at one point to draw circles. Because I got that big toilet roll that you can see in the picture, just off the screen. I was using that to draw the mirrors, or this mirror here, trying to get a nice circle. In the end, I sort of thought, let's go really loose and fancy. I must admit, I have given it a lot of thought, this picture, which is not always a good thing. Be a portent of doom.
Right.
I think I tried doing the face, or the Mo's skin color where the light is quite bright, isn't it? It's very, there's obviously a window or something before the shot, the daylight's coming in, I think. And so we've got, well, no, because the reflection on her leg is on the right, isn't it?
Like to get the direction to take.
Can't hear a word you're saying.
You can't hear me?
No.
Not very, but you're very quiet. You always are. Keep saying I'm quiet, and I'm thinking I can't hear a word you're saying. I've got more microphones in this room than it's like MI6 in here. I'm expecting Moneypenny to pop in at any minute.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah. You just got.
I can hear you all right.
Can you hear me now?
You're still not ever so loud, are you?
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
I
can hear you.
It's an expensive mic, that one. Yeah, what I said, Dave, was that they've got different lights going around in that shop, haven't they? That's what's causing the light problem.
Well, I've just switched to the other microphone so that I can do some painting.
Yeah, let's see what you're going to do.
I'm going to put my headphones on as well.
Trouble is, when I get this
Before you
microphone, I
start
singing.
Yeah.
Go on, Chris.
Before you start, Dave, I've got it up on my laptop and it just says the meeting host will let you in. I don't know whether you can.
Yeah.
Hang on, it's connecting now. So,
We got two Christines.
ooh. Yeah, no, I just want to. Oh, that's better. Well, it's not better because it's got me on it.
There's only one speaking. They're both one's mine and the other's speaking.
Well, what I can do, the video's on your. Is the video on your laptop?
Hang on. We can see it's me lunging around.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
it's okay. I'll remove the other one, so you're in. It's fine.
Okay.
Are you on your
Oh.
laptop? That's
Yeah.
working. Then.
Now it says thank you for attending the meeting. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll stay on my phone. It's
Well, I'll drop you off the phone. I'll remove you off this one and join again. All right?
what, me join again?
On the laptop, yeah. Do it
Oh,
again.
it takes forever.
Okay. If you're happy and you know it, clap your
Yeah.
hands.
I'm clapping my hands. I'll stay on the phone. I'll try and sort that out another time. All right.
Yeah, you could do it Friday morning
Yeah, that's an idea.
because it's free. I'll send you a link for that.
Oh,
Oh, God.
Oh, I've got my headphones
I
and they're
didn't-
working.
Christine's
Oh.
gone.
She's
Yeah,
gone.
I don't know why I've gone.
Hang on. I didn't touch nothing.
You're also taking over the meeting by the look of it.
Start your video.
Speaking.
It is. I pressed it.
There we go.
It's run off.
She's gone, isn't she?
We've got Christine Besson written across our screen.
Yeah, it's just a
I
Can you
just
hear
asked.
me?
can hear
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
No, I just can't get back in.
I just asked you to
Can you
start.
see anything?
Hang on.
Asked you to start your video.
Well, you just carry on. I'll catch up.
We're in. Good thing that.
Yeah. Seems to be defaulting to Carol being in charge of the meeting at the moment.
You what?
You're in charge of the meeting. Yours is predominant at the moment. You're in speaker view all the time. I don't know why.
Oh, right.
Who is?
Dear.
What are you saying?
Ah, you're back, Dave, now. Yeah.
Yeah, he's back. Can you not hear him before? Yeah, he's been there.
Yeah, but
Hang on a minute.
it seems to think Carol's mic's on half the time, even when she's saying nothing.
Oh,
Oh.
right.
Now you got me.
Yeah, got you
Wait.
now.
Better.
Yeah, got you.
I'm in charge. I might have to take my jumper off. Hang on.
Oh, God.
I'm raring to go and I'm hot.
Oh, those are your headphones, Dave. You got that wrong.
Don't look, Ethel. There you go. So ironic. Been bloody freezing for the last few days. I've done loads You've got to even tell I was thinking, because I've even done little sketches. Paint wise, I've got just I've got that lot. This is just the St. Petersburg. So they're the same as the other. It's the same as this. But I just thought, if you don't use them, they all dry up and go yuck. So I thought, cobblers. I'll go for this lot. So where should I put it? Good question. I'll have to put it on the side. It's such a big doodah, but I'll tell you what colours I'm playing with. Where do you start? Where would you recommend starting on this then? Anybody, any thoughts? Apart from
Clear the background up before you start.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is looking at it, there's a
Hey, I think I'm in.
yeah.
Hooray, I'm back again. God dear.
Really,
I've been able to hear you all the time. I've been able to hear you, but I couldn't get it back on my phone. Right, okay.
You're really loud.
Hmm?
Your volume's really loud coming through.
Really loud. Hang on,
Yeah,
I'll
see,
turn
your microphone's really loud, and your speakers are quiet by the sounds of it.
How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah,
Well, I
sounds
turned you down anyway.
Most people do, Dave. I'm a sad little Valentine.
Yeah. So I think with this picture, I'm thinking the opposite to what sometimes do, or I've been advocating for quite a while now, is plug in all the darks first, do the dark tones, and then add, trying this three-color tricolor effort where you sort of putting in all the darks first, and then the mid-tones, and then the really light ones, or leave the lights alone and gradually build it up that way. But I'm looking at this, I'm thinking I'm going back old school and think light behind the dark. So at some point, you've got to mix up some colours. My palette's going the wrong way. So if you've got any cerulean blue, might be a good idea to. You want a really loose wash of cerulean blue. I haven't got cerulean here. It's more of just a really light blue. I'm just going to utilise that as Gordon's mentioned the background. So move that over. You don't need it. What I really need is a warehouse where you got one sort of quarter of a mile long bench. I'm going to spray this background bit. Actually, I might not. I think I've got what are these things called, Gordon? Mops. I'm just going to mop it. I'm just going to mop the top bit. Anywhere where I think I'm going to need light. I'm conscious that this paper is quite thin. I don't know. Don't ask me why. I just grabbed a sheet that was in there and said, it is Saunders Waterford, but it's very thin Saunders Waterford. So I think I'll just make a few bits damp and then tab in a bit of that blue. Ooh, got to be careful there, because it is strong. Not as strong as I thought it was. Can you hear Gordon? I can't hear you, Gordon.
No, I was whispering to Anne actually,
Oh, right.
talking about you. You're saying that tend to use them off quite heavily because your bristles are stiff or there's not as much water in it. I don't know.
I agree.
There you go.
I just
Ah,
I've just changed it to the other brush. That blue's a bit insipid really. It's not the blue that I wanted. So the mirror's got a blue on it. I don't know why, but I think I've got yuck in my brush because it's looking,
It's a bit grey looking, doesn't it?
yeah. It's not the camera. It's the it is actually grey. So, but anyway, I fired up the hairdryer first thing before I thought, oh, before I let everyone in, I must make sure I've got the hairdryer ready, and then nobody could get in. So oh dear. It's typical, isn't it? But this just add some of the. I think that it's not very strong paint. I was hoping. I'm just going to look for anywhere that pick out the colours that are relevant for a minute. Anywhere where I see a bit of blue, I'm sticking a dollop on. Even her shoes. Really, all we're doing is blocking in. I think if you've got cerulean blue, which I don't have in this one, you'll do a better job of sorting out this sort of background. Hey, I'm not afraid though. I'm straight in. I'm going. I'm really chuffed here. Well, it's always the same. When you're doing landscapes and seascapes and all the rest of it, over the years, I remember, I must have said it a million times. The beauty, learn to paint skies. Can you remember? If you learn to paint skies, it gets rid of half your paper. Oh, that dog nearly blew my head off there.
Wait till my two join in.
Was that Gordon's skull?
Yeah.
That sounds like Dyson.
Birthday present is late.
Okay. Yeah, so anyway, I think the start of the process is this lovely, if you can find a cerulean blue, I think would do it with damp, and just look at what all I'm looking at is all the shades, different shades of blue, and while it's wet, we can just damp them in anywhere really. Just paint what you see, apart from just watch. But there is a lot of blue in it. There is, and while the paper is damp, we can, yeah, it's even here. There's a different value of blue around that. Ooh, that was dangerous. It's all right. I just stuck the brush in some sort of dark blue. But we're only blocking in at the moment, so we're fine. Anyway, these are picture frames, I'm assuming. Dozens of them. Picture frame city, isn't it? I suppose it's a bit like if you've ever been to the Emporium in Christchurch, it's a bit like this. Everything's all jumbled up, isn't it? And trying to think positive here. Whether be real got a bit of highlight on it. I don't want. Whether you can achieve this picture in one sitting, Lord only knows. but it is a question of at this stage, tonal values. I'm seriously tempted because I've got this interesting blue. I'm going to make oops, got water dribbling off my. Just wanted to make Mo's top. It's got blue on it, isn't it? I think what I'm trying to do really is like I say, learn to paint skies, get rid of as much of that white paper. It's the white paper that's threatening. Once you establish that you're in charge of the white paper, then it all starts coming together. Just want to establish some boundaries or not, or some mate. I think could take and spend a lot of time doing this. Carol, you could do this in pastels, like that
Yeah, it'd
bloke
be
on the video.
nice, wouldn't it? Yeah.
If you look at the next video link I've sent,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's a bit more I was going to say earthy, traditional
Yeah.
type
Right.
painting.
That help doing this, will it? If I watch that first.
Yeah, I think it will. I don't know if anything will help us do this. I think
Oh, blimey.
we're
Who's Mo? Is she somebody you know?
yeah, Maureen Toms.
Uh-huh.
But I was thinking about it earlier. I was thinking, well, a good name for this picture is probably, I don't know. I thought the collector. It's like she's like an antique collector, isn't it? Sort of. She's gone in to collect. You know, looking at the collections. Don't
Well, I
know.
like the
Maybe,
horse.
yeah, or you. I think that's
You've
very
already
crisp.
done one of those, Christine, haven't you?
No, that was Anne.
Oh, was it Anne? No. Oh, you were having one made, weren't you? You painted a real one, didn't you? Didn't you? The
Oh
wooden one.
yes, yeah. No, my brother-in-law makes rocking horses. And
Yeah.
yes.
I thought you had, or something like that. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I actually painted the rocking horse.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
remember
Yeah.
seeing Anne's because they were all in a row, weren't they?
All in the back of the lorry.
Yeah.
I'm glad you've turned the face round a little bit anyway. At least you can see it. The horse's face.
Yeah.
You've turned it round a bit.
I put a bit of blue on there, and it's just a bit of. I'm just trying to establish some. I've gone back on my word now, and I'm just sort of thinking, where are the shadows? So I've added a bit of blue and just dab in some shadow. I think if I were, I must admit, if I was thinking about it in reflection, I'd probably mask some of these areas out, especially the yeah, you can go right up to here. Right, I'm going to get a wiggle on there if I can. When in doubt, use a big brush. Cover more area. It's a beaut. There's loads to play with colour-wise. Soften down, Dave. Soften down. I think thing I'm conscious, make it damp. One of the things I found in a box yesterday was, I think this picture is a bit big to well, the area is a bit big to utilise it. Was one of these water brushes. You've seen those? It's like a brush pen full up of water, and you it's got a brush on the end, so you can just sort of smooth things down. I was playing with it, thinking this has got good potential. You can sort of put some paint on, and you grab a bit. You can make it in some paint because it's got water in it. It sort of, you get some lovely soft blends. You know, it just blends it down. You don't need to go over the area again. It's definitely got potential. This. Now I've started with it, I'm going to just add it a few minutes. Can you see that? It's really soft. The way it, because it's, you don't realise it's funny. You're even though you've put it in the paint, it's actually just using water that's coming out. Once the top bit of paint goes, yeah, gives it. I was quite impressed. You get some really lovely soft blended washes. Lovely job though. Quite like that. But at the moment, as I say, we're going to carry on blocking in. I think my top half can still stand some more blue. Maybe. Like I say, I'll make mistakes so that you don't need to. Reflections. Yeah. Actually, we're nearly there, aren't we? Oh dear. I've actually chickened out. I've gone back to my old palette. Don't know why. I feel more confident in this one, even though it's filthy. I don't. I've got, these are the colours that we used exactly. I haven't changed it from last week. So look at this. This is burnt sienna, and which is down here. Burnt sienna. Where are you? I think that's burnt sienna. Yeah, it's light red, isn't it? Really. Burnt sienna and this cadmium yellow, golden yellow, whatever yellow you've got, really. So blocking the floor. Use the mop. Try not to get too much on Mo's legs. Think that it's going. Try and get the brush strokes to follow the path. Blimey. It's a bit insipid, isn't it? Bit of green. Well, it was yellow, but it's coming out green. But then again, because the floor, I'm not even looking at the picture in that. Yeah, Gordon, hairs come out of these brushes like there's no tomorrow.
Well, you got to get a decent one. That's the trouble, Dave.
This is. I'll tell Rosemary you said that. Finest quality brushes money can buy.
Okay.
Apparently, it was handmade.
They hadn't even got machines where they made that.
No,
No.
it's all right. Just thinking I should. I think might add a little bit of red to my yellow, or Algerian crimson. Try and. But I'm conscious that there's I've got a secret colour in my palette that that I can quickly introduce. I'll do it just for fun. But this, once you get that colour, it's a good idea to introduce it into the shadows because it is the same floor. Look at it, it's got a big hair poking out the end of it now. Oh dear, oh dear. Rosemary, what have you done to them? They were they're not seconds because these brushes are quite expensive. It's not a second, but it was designed a batch that she made for schools. Was with the lockdown situation, schools didn't need the brushes, so I'm just going to add a few while it's damp. A few pieces to say that. Oh, poor Mo, she's got yellow legs. Well, there was a few. I was going to say earlier that if I was doing this for a client to sell, then I could honestly say that I would have definitely masked out a few areas, like figures, that pole as well. I probably would have masked that out. There's a bit of gold. I've got some gold, bit of gold paint, so just introduce that. Actually, there's quite a bit of gold floating around. There you go. Always looking. My mother was here. She said that needs a good clean, that floor. Look at that bloody state of it. Oh, I don't know how people live like that. Bless her. While it's still a bit, I'm just introducing a bit more yellow. Just try and golden it up. Ain't what you see though. While it's damp, it'll flow, won't it? It's a bit of a risk really using this there's no tooth on this paper. It's just hot press. It's not finished or anything. There's no bobbles to worry about. So it's dead smooth. I think it's one of those. And blend in. What about the horse? Any thoughts on the horse? I've got a thought, instant thought. And just to paint the blooming thing with some white. Only because I want it to look, I'll just underpaint it like I seem to be doing it quite a lot, but because it's in the foreground as well, I think to underpaint it using the white will make it feel. And the beauty of the Chinese white is that it is transparent. So, as in like, if it was acrylic or something, it would hide all the pencil marks. But using the colours of his ears, they're sort of a yellow colour, aren't they? I've got that while it's in the palette, we were playing with yellow anyway, so can quite easily introduce it and blend it in to the white. They must have a lot of posts, these people. I forgot what it's like to have dogs that do that, really, got to admit, because it was pretty much dog city here for a long time.
I think it's because we're in
Keeps you on your toes.
cul-de-sac. Every time anybody moves outside, you can see.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. The next door's dog does it as well. I use it as an early warning system. So I can, if the dog makes a noise, I instinctively look out the window,
Hmm.
and invariably it'd be the postman. Yeah, you're right. And that's a Jack Russell, a small one,
Uh-huh.
and it like you say, it's got incredible hearing.
Oh yeah, amazing.
I often say to old matey boy, that dog's my early warning system. That's Alzerian Crimson I've stuck on that girl's shorts. But I'm not going to leave it at that. I'm going to add blend in some yellow into it. This watercolour painting's a doddle, isn't it? This painting, I don't know what all the fuss is about. You just make it wet and chuck some water paint at it and see what happens.
Mhm.
Seems a bit like that. I think the thing to bear in mind is that it is a painting. It's not a. Trouble is, when you're doing people, you can have such fun because you can make them short, fat, thin, give them a suntan. The possibilities are endless, aren't they? Well, I've got a bit of that colour on the brush. I'm going to utilise it into the horse. I have great fun doing those the pole that the horse is on. At one point I counted how many little pencil lines I did. I got about 30, I think it was. Then I thought, right, now the other side, the other edge. What do I need here? Where's that? Oh, it's red down there, isn't it? Lovely, Deborah. Do it loose and fancy free. All we can do at this stage is block it in. Oh, could go down a bit there. See, Meghan and Prince Harry are having another little one.
Yes.
Play with fire, you get. That's what happens, isn't it? You know, he's worked it out now, and he's going to have an interview with Oprah Winfrey, apparently.
Oh yes, that should be interesting.
Well, they're all. The papers are making it up that the palace are, you know, really worried. Or could use some expletives, but better not. It involves going to the loo quite a lot. And I was thinking, yeah, I bet they are. I don't think it'll be that sort of thing with you. I think it'll be it will just be normal sort of how's life in the fast lane? How you getting on? I'm trying to think up what colour hair. This is another bit of power you've got over people, because oh blimey, she'd like that colour. You can change the colour of people's hair and all kinds of things. Oh, that was nice. Whatever it was. I'm going to start off by dropping a bit of white in, because it's not might be prudent. Carol, you're a hairdresser. Do people ever use gold dye?
Do streaky hair, streak
Yeah.
through it.
Well, I've just put some gold on Mo's hair.
Oh dear. Make it red, Albany.
Yeah. But I wasn't going to leave it there. I'm just going to use a bit of tissue to tease a bit out.
You want it bright, don't you? Because it's in the mirror behind
Yeah.
it.
I think the idea was if I put a bit of gold or a bit of gold on, and I can just tease it off,
Yeah.
and it'll leave the undercolour maybe until we put the flesh tone in. That was something else that I was looking. I tried it out earlier on today, thinking, this isn't what colour, what tone of flesh to use. Because I'll show you now, the one straight out of the tube is quite strong, quite pinky, even though it's less pinky than the one that I was using in the past. I think for blocking in, I don't think it's that important. But you can see it's quite pink, that.
Yeah.
Even I think it's the photo that's like I said right early on, that the light in the building is quite strong. I think the secret is to just to block it in and then have a think where you're going to go with it. Shame I haven't got I'm not. It's so funny, isn't it? That because we've got, as a watercolor painter, spending all my years in a way avoiding using white or black, suddenly start utilizing it. It gives me so much more confidence in that I know that I can, if things aren't going my way, where I want to put a highlight, and so I'm just lifting off a bit of paint there, as it's seeping down. Even there, you can dab a little bit of white on and recover areas that you wouldn't, in previous years, you wouldn't have been able to do. If you're not using white. We can do it a little bit by lifting off, but this paper is so, I'm conscious of how thin it is, and if I start going in trying to lift paint off, I'm instinctively know I'm going to get into trouble. And after you've gone so far of a paint, the last thing you want to do is start losing, digging a hole in it somehow. I think Chrissy would do well with acrylics on this, especially with the white, because it's really opaque, so that the horse should really stand out well.
Mm.
I
You
think
might just put a horse and nothing else.
well, that's the fun of it. That's what I keep saying. It's your picture. You're in charge of it.
Oh,
You decide.
goody.
You
Yeah,
sure about
listen.
that, Dave?
Well,
Can we all do it?
yeah, of course you can. This is just for reference, isn't it? It's not nothing set in stone. You've got to watch that. If you well, for us watercolor boards, you have to be a bit cautious with that white, because if you've got it on your brush, and then sort of mix up some paint in the palette, you end up all your paints end up getting tainted with sort of milky, sort of like milky white color. I'm conscious of what I'm doing here. I'm gonna, but if you I do this a lot. Work on one area of the painting and then go away. Move to another area. Let that settle down, dry itself off. And that way you can build up layers rather than this. The light is coming from the right there, because this little plinth that the horse is on, it's much darker on the left. And the right hand side's quite light. So be aware of that one. Doesn't matter on this side. But I underpainted it with the blue, so I should be able to retain a little bit of character to it. This colour I'm using is it's just one of the shadows colour. So you can either mix it with blue and Algerian crimson, or violet, blue violet colour. Just add that on it. But the other side, the light side, just drop in some blue, because that's what it says on the tin. But as I say, there's a lot to be said. You do a bit and then go away and go away from that part of the picture and have a look at something else. At this moment in time, it's such a big picture. Well, the scale of it, and it's mixing up some orangey. I haven't got any red as such in this palette. Have a look over here. I think that's an orangey colour. I can't remember. The irony is I can't recall sticking orange in it in the palette. But if a bit of orange and some of that alizarin crimson works quite well on. So I'm moving over. I've moved over to the this frame thing here. Hopefully, I've got enough paint to go right the way down the side of that. You can see what we're doing though is just setting the scene and then blocking in strong areas of colour. It's a normal practice with a normal route for me. And retain that highlight that's on there. Put loads of colour, well, just where you feel it should be. And the last brush is the rigger, and they spend an inordinate amount of time tidying up everything that you've done. So tightening up the areas at the moment. Well, the first, I always said it loads of times, but the first sort of, well, perhaps 2/3 of doing a picture is it's just establishing sort of shapes and objects, just blocking it in really, and having a, in a way, it's the best bit, the fun bit. The hard bit, or the bit where you stamp your authority on it, comes later. It's when you're using the rigger or a smaller brush to deciding where you want the detail to turn up. This is just dirty water practically. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave a few highlights and then grab a bit of the blue and just say, it might be technically wrong, but I'm just going to drop in some of the blue and say, and perhaps a little bit of the red into the area and say, well, there's a reflection of Mo in there somewhere. It might work, it might not, because I haven't drawn the big pair of wings or whatever it is. I mean, there's a limit to what we can get up to. It might work. It doesn't. Can I phone a friend? But put it in a sort of as a blurred, ghosty type thing. I think it might work quite well. Just leave it loose. Sounds like, oh, I haven't heard a phone like that for donkey's years.
I wish I would.
We'll call council attention at the moment, so please leave your message after the tone.
That's a trill phone. I didn't think they were still around.
Yeah, it's my ancient landline.
Well,
Ringing me. Private number.
that could be the doctors. They use private numbers.
Oh, I better just check.
Because they might want you for another vaccine.
No, they usually text.
Well, I got a letter this morning.
Oh, I got a letter, NHS one, just a general one. But but no, I got a text from the surgery before.
You know, my surgery rang me up, but today in the post I got a letter from the NHS telling me to go and get a jab.
Yeah,
that was
I got
a couple of weeks late, or a week late, isn't it, actually?
British Gas come to do a service. Oh, blimey. I obviously missed that one off my calendar.
What time?
Yeah, they're on the way.
I didn't think they liked you.
I've sent in, I've complained so much about the electric, yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
What's the date today?
16th. No, when was it? Valentine's Day?
Sunday.
16th today.
It's
16th.
Pancake Day.
Oh yeah, it's Pancake Day. I know that. I'm just going to go and check my calendar, see if I put it on there.
Just doing a bit of flooring work at the moment.
Dogs are going to go mad if it is. If they come.
I think I'm having fun here. Believe it or not. I think you might find, as I'm finding, that a selection of brushes might be useful. The only thing I'm worried about is that poor old Mo, I'm going to lose her legs in this. So at some point, she's definitely going to get some Chinese white treatment. all it can do is block it in. But don't be afraid to put some colour on like that, and then clean water on the brush and go underneath it and just let the water do its bit, especially in these sort of early stages. I'm going to put that palette down. I can see it developing. There's hope. I can see hope. I can see hope. But the colours that I'm using the most of, just as a heads up, is a nice. It's that golden yellow colour, and Algerian crimson, and a little bit of orange, because there's a lot of that in all this painter work and what have you. So I can just make it damp and drop in some nice. Just make it damp and drop in the right colour. Let the water. I'm at about what's that? About 25, 30 degrees. I'm not very good at that sort of thing. So my board is, so any paint I put on will actually it will run down a little bit, which is really nice. I'm conscious of, I tell you what, someone said it here the other day, did you watch Landscape Artist of the Year or whatever it was? And I watched it or the end of it, just as they were sort of introducing the winner, you three have got to go home sort of thing. And I thought, what a load of.
Oh, I thought I was being cynical. Okay, thank you for your support.
No, I was thinking, especially when I look at our online gallery of the work that we've been doing here on Tuesdays and that, I'm thinking, cool. And they're going to get a career out of doing that. Oh, I was the Sky Watercolour Painter of the Artist of the Year, and I'm thinking, well, I don't know what to say really. When I've watched it in the past, and I've said this loads of times, the thing that I think attracted me to it more than anything was that the people that are mentoring them or judging them are seriously good qualified. Well, they're seriously well-known art teachers. So the reason that I watch it, if I do watch it, I'm more interested in listening to what they say about how the people have been, what you need to do, because they set little tasks and challenges for them. And I'm thinking that is free art college tips and tricks, That's what I like about, well, in the past when I've watched it. I'm going to leave that area in there a bit because I want it to look like that's a counter that you walk in. I thought about this the other day. All that is just using dirty yuck from the brush, from the palette even, with yellow underneath. I'll show you. I just put, let's mix up a bit more. It's gone a bit green. I just went like that, really loose water, and then using this rubbish at the palette, I just dropped it in and let the water do the worst. You could actually put a bit of red in as well to warm it up, or a bit of blue to darken it, red to warm it, but the undercolor was yellow. Okay, good way of trying to warm that shadow area up in there. So it started off with the yellow. You can do it loads of different ways. If you had dropped some blue in, but all this garbage paint, all these dark bits that you get in the palette.
Hello.
Hello. Right, that's for two of hers, right?
Oh, lovely.
Right, she's not.
Sorry, guys, I'm back in a minute.
It's never work with what they say, children and animals, isn't it?
Mhm.
Best of both worlds here, haven't you?
Yeah, amazing.
If she wants for
Hang on, two secs.
There's no way that she'll come back within a week to get 5 puzzles. No. So you're welcome.
Right, you carry on. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Do you want those ones that you gave me?
I've done it. I pressed the mute button.
Oh dear.
Oh, I can't make myself think.
Hmm.
Chrissy's microphone on her phone is really strong. Right. So there, for all intents and purposes, I've done a good job here. Ish. This is the reason I went back to this palette really, because it's got that lovely shadow color in it. Just saves you having to mix it up, which is sort of blue, violet, or blue Alzerian crimson. Let's try it. So if I get some, I'll wash that brush off. So that's shadow that comes in there. So to emulate it, you're going to have to use some blue and some Alzerian crimson. Let's put in his paintbrush in the green, blue and crimson. So as we do that, we'll get close to it, but you might find that you need to add some darker color like burnt umber into it as well, into the mix, but you can do it. So it is doable. Adds flavor to the painting as well. It's quite a nice color that. I think it might be useful for around it. This is all soaking wet, this paint, my painting. Now, got to start thinking, naughty, big brush. It's a question, I've forgotten about my little cherub. Well, sort of. It's a matter of, that was probably too big a brush. So it's a small one here. The easy bit, in a way, was the bit that I've just been playing with, was adding in, was blocking it all in. The hard bit, and where the decisions have to be made, now, because now you have to take ownership of the painting and decide where. Ooh, I'm not very good at this. Where you want to put information, detail. Don't be too afraid of it though. Because if you look at the image, or the reference image, it's got some of the detail lines on there that if you put them in, you'll suddenly create some information. It will come out, it will start standing out. Just let me put that Just using a bit of white and grey. What happened there?
Gone.
Who's gone?
Yeah.
You
You've
have.
gone.
Whoa, what happened there?
No.
My camera. Just hold on, girls.
What's that?
Don't know what happened there. I touched
Disappeared.
my micro. Yeah, I touched the microphone with my head, and the camera went off. I thought, oh, they don't get this on Richard Branson when he's doing his Virgin Zooms. I think I'm going to try and put some curly whirlies on this. Little cherub thing here. I think I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I want yellow. That's spoiling it. Flesh would probably be a better colour. I think this is gonna have to be a sit down and think about. Try and bring him in. Does have a. What I'm conscious, it does have a sort of a shadowy area on its face. You can't actually, even in my photo, I find it hard to just see exactly what it is. I think I might have to have a play with him. It won't be as easy as you think. Trying to bring it in. It's got these little curly whirly bits in its hair. It's wet, a bit wet now. Yeah. I think the issue is that it's a bit behind is the there's a reflection of something going on in here. No, for that's funny that because it looks to me like she's looking the wrong way in that reflection. Right. But I'll let it dry and add some more streaky white bits to it. Yeah. You get the idea though that I'm still using loads of this yellow colour, even okay. Some of it's a bit dirty. I think I should have started this painting about 8 o'clock this morning, and I think, but the bag is a good place to, if you not necessarily at this stage, but later on, you'll get an option if you feel your painting is if you feel that it's keep it in head on the microphone. If you think it's you want to add I don't know, what's the word? More attention to one particular area, the bag will be a good place to do it. In other words, you can change the colour. You can make it bright yellow, any colour you like.
Mm.
Because I've just, oh, blimey, I just did something. You can always tell when I put my brush in the wrong colour, or I put a brush in some paint and it instead of being just a little dollop of colour, it ends up being a big blob on the end of the brush. I instinctively go, it's a, I didn't mean that. Once you've done all the blocking in, then it's a question of looking for areas of darks. I did put some pencil lines on Mo's top that indicate where I was going to say tram lines were, but where the creases or the folds were. Not the right blue, that really, but hey ho. What I'm going to do is add a little bit of. I seem to be using a lot of azure and crimson, as I say, yellow and crimson. I'm using them to keep it in that. Where are you, my friends? Getting on my nerves. And just teasing it in. At some point, I'm going to. Don't forget that side. If you can find a nicer blue than I have, then do so. I'm getting there, but I think it's a longer journey. We all knew this was going to be a hard painting, didn't we?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's rewarding, though. It's one of those, that while it's damp, I'll stick some little flowery bits on. They're more pink, aren't they, than I've made them there.
Mm.
Have you got any, while it's damp, turn them into flowers, bit of an orangey colour. That'll cheer Mo up. Said I can hear it. I was sort of not dreading. I'm looking forward to at some point when this is finished and tidied up, sending her a link on Facebook. Say, yeah, Mo, found this bloody old picture on, or something like that.
Mm.
Just a matter of tidying things up now. We're at that stage, and it could go on for days. But you can see where we're going, though. From blank paper, I've not stood still, have I? There's loads going on.
Mm.
That's gold paint there. Well, because it's a crown, isn't it? So, but I'm not going to. If you haven't got gold, yellow's fine. The beauty of watercolor is, because it's transparent, it leaves, like I said earlier, it leaves the lines, the pencil lines, so you can sort of get a rough idea of where you've gone wrong or what you've got to lift off to recover the picture. Do this a lot, put paint on and then dab it off, but you think it's sort of changing it, but you never get it all off. You leave enough underneath that makes a difference, so that you can add more on. I'm looking at let's see. Might be a bit overpowering that. But we've still got loads of the shadow colour. I like using the, I don't know, it's, 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 Terry Harrison one because it's so convenient. I think what I'll do is we'll add a few shadowy lines. Definitely something going on there. My eyesight's not what it was, Governor. I'm not leaving that. I'm just going to put them on, let it soak in a minute, and then dab a bit of the inside of it. It's definitely needs. I'll put some white in for now, but it needs lifting off. I think we'll have a play with this at some point. I'm just putting colour on. I'm now going to take it off because it's there or thereabouts. Mission Impossible. This. I think I'm looking at. I know what I'm. I was looking at the wrong bit. Needs the curve needs to go around. Okay, I'm on a roll now. Let's take this. Get that off. Give me a tissue. I love it when things go wrong. It's that line that I've put, pencil line, that's spoiling it for me. Well, was it last? The last one I did a picture the other week on video, wasn't it? And it was the whole video was how Dave rescued a picture. It just went. It's horrible feeling, especially when. Well, it's not so bad here because we're amongst friends, but sometimes you go out to art clubs and do demos there, and you get sort of halfway through the picture and you think you're not saying, you're talking, you're not saying anything to anyone, but in your heart you're looking at it thinking, gee, I've lost this. There's 50 people there and they've paid £100, and this is all going, it's all going pear-shaped. But that's when you don't have to learn quick how to rescue a painting. Well, you've got to do something. No one else is going to come in and help you, are they? I think some burnt sienna might be handy on the. Just got it as off the camera there, but it's just there. Some bit of burnt sienna is probably more used to my crown. I'm conscious of the as it's got. Just have a look out for the shadow bits of it. I'm still, and it's that line. I've put a pencil line there that is really wrong. And burnt sienna, raw sienna. This is, sorry, burnt sienna. I've got burnt sienna on the locale. And just using a bit of, it's a rubbish brush really. I don't know why. Just dab it in. Lovely jubbly. Still following that pencil line. Well, we'll leave it for now. And drop in a few shady areas inside there. Try and make it look like it's got some sort of dimension. And there's also, I've dust it now, I've looked at the picture just to spoil it. That's the inside that, so watch out for that. Yeah. I get it. There's some. I'm gonna try and raise that line up. Sounds like my next door neighbour's trying to get in through the window. Got his thing on it. Grinding thingy. Does that all day long. He builds he buys old motorhomes and turns them into old vans, big old vans, and then turns them into motorhomes, camper vans. You don't have to make a lot of noise while he's doing it. It's not that intrusive. He does it for for, for a while and then stops.
Dave, I'm going to have to go.
What time is it?
11 minutes past 12.
Crikey. Have you got Sainsbury's coming?
They've just delivered.
Okay.
They were absolutely on time, 12 o'clock on the dot. So I'll say cheerio to everybody. Take care.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Yeah, okay then, bye.
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 What I'll probably do is stop for lunch in a little while, and then I'll stop the video. When I come back, I'll do the video. I'll continue the video, and then I'll add the next, if you like, the next stage on it. So the video will be a bit longer than possibly normal. So, but it's easy enough because you just skip through it as we get on that way. You'll see it. It'll build up more of the information, more of the picture. This is a bit like feel like I'm on Watercolour Artist of the Day.
Oh.
Stupid boy. Now I've got to find a colour for this bowl. It's a sort of a grey colour, isn't it? So I'm just going to mix up some grey, blue, bit of blue, maybe some of that tint, shadowy colour. Need quite a bit of it, don't we? All down one side. All down one side. Bit of burnt sienna. Warm it up. Burnt sienna and blue. You're confident. Well, you're in a confident situation that you know that it's going to go grey colour. I'm just going to add them on one side for now. What I might do is I'll put a dab of paint on. I'm treating them a bit like we did with that pineapple after Gordon pointed it out, that they're like corkscrew, aren't they? They're individual sort of things. So I'm just going to do it like that. Get some more up here as well. But I'll keep going up to the top. And then while the paint's like that, I'm just going to get my spray gun and just spray it. Let it run a bit. Any bits that have gone over the edge, you just use the brush and tidy it. And just wanted them to go sort of faint for a minute. Use the straight of the brush, it can just dab them dab out the bits where it's gone over. Oh, I think it's the one I remember. Remind me if I forget. There's an artist doing a bit like the ones I've already sent you, but he's a watercolor. You know, one of the big cheeses in the watercolor world. Doing a Zoom or a Mal Galleries Mal Galleries workshop. I think it's the 27th. It's not this Saturday. It'll be the next Saturday weekend, and I think we'll have to watch in. Some of those guys are well. You say they're really good, but sometimes you watch it and you think, well, then it's a bit like years ago when we used to play in the band. Just need to clean that out. It's a bit dirty. Nothing worse than having dirty yellow or muddy yellow. Yeah, as I say, it's a bit like when we were in the band years ago, and we were all working lads. We used to play a lot of covers and things like that, and they said, "Cool." And the originals were really good, and some of the technical bits, you know, how they did the lead breaks and the drum fills and we'd get it pretty close. We were quite well respected band and all that. And the boys used to say, "Oh, it's not that good. It's not that good." I said, "Yeah, but they're doing it day in day out. That's their job. We're, you know, I'm a designer. You're an account exec. So and so's a what's it. If we were doing it 8 hours a day, 12 days a week, we'd be good. We got the talent. We just ain't got the same time scale." And I think my point is that you watch these brilliant guys, really good artists. Well, they are good, but equally they're doing it for 30 years, day in, day out. So if they weren't good, but are they the percent better than you or me? And we only do it a fraction of the time that they do it. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm trying to paint this in the negative. So I think it's a B. I think it's the word.
Oh, you've gone again.
Oh, sorry, hang on. Just where you keep me on my toes. I think the word. I think it says the word butter. So well, it's BU. So if I think butter, we'll just do that. Set it in. What this would be a taxing picture to do in a short period of time, but equally, no, I have sort of rushed it in a way, more than I normally would. What's the point? There's no point in painting in your comfort zone all the time. You have to change. Once you've locked it in, try and have a look for some shadowy areas, like especially around these frames and that. It's these little areas that will make it stand out or fall back. There's like this door post, isn't there? I'm going to extend it up through. Yeah, I've just stuck my arm in a big dollop of paint, but and it's like a skirting board effect, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you can find them and block them in, and then it will suddenly appear. I think. Oh no! What have I done to you? Like she's at blancmange and been sick. This paint is so I've got such staining colours on there now as well.
I think you
So
can't get rid of them, can you, sometimes?
no, they're very high staining. So the only thing you can do is,
Lock
you
it
know,
out.
yeah, put some white back in and
Start
let
again.
it dry off. Yeah, I don't. Well, I'm not that despondent, but I don't think it's very good. I'll lift it. I'll do some lifting out and tightening it up as it goes. Just think about. I'm conscious of not making people's hair grey, especially girls. They get a bit, grey hairs are. Oh, I've got grey. Whatever. That's better, nice. Just by putting that bit of white on it, suddenly eking it away. And I'll probably have to put some more white on it at some point and lift it off. I notice this area here, this side should be whiter. Gordon's probably finished his.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
Rocket Man. But the secret for me has always been, and always tends to be, is once I get my rigger out and then start adding information, then I can start teasing things out. I let that. Remember, I just sort of squished this so that it went. Or softened it. It softened it down. So any of the darks, just add in a few more bits to it and gradually build it up.
Hello, Dave. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you can now. Somehow my machine unmuted itself.
Really?
Didn't know whether you switched me off with Chris. Does it come up that I can unmute it from this end if you do it?
No, I didn't mute you. I muted Chris. Because she was.
Yeah, mine went into mute mode. I've come back.
You can do it yourself.
No, I haven't touched the mouse at all. One thing I wanted to say. Behind the horse, you've if you look at the picture, you can see what she is actually looking at. On the right-hand side, there's a mirror behind the horse's pole, behind that sheep or pig or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it's reflecting the mirror with the butter word in it. Can you see that?
Over here, you mean?
Yeah, over there. If you look in the mirror, which is the one that's got butter on it that you've just painted.
Yeah.
It's a reflection of it. You see the secondary direction that it's bouncing you off at. And there's another galloper pole going up. And she's looking at another galloper.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
It's
getting more complicated.
That is,
I can't see.
You can't see it?
No.
It's possibly not good enough on your picture, but the picture you've got in the middle of your screen at the moment.
Yeah.
And where the galloper pole, you've moved it now. Okay, behind the galloper pole. Yeah, stop. Come down. Come down. Stop. Go to your left a bit. Stop. There's another galloper pole reflected there.
There's that in there.
Yeah. Now that pole is a reflection from the other side of your painting where it says butter. So that butter, take it off. Take your paper away. You see your butter that you were boasting about?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Now that is actually the mirrored reflection that we talked about with the galloper pole on it is through that mirror and bouncing off in front of her face. The reflections coming from in front of her face.
Right. Okay then.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. I'll have to go for a lie down in a minute.
Yeah, I know.
Oh God.
I'm just going to
Oh
work out what
dear.
it was all about. That there's a big mirror along the wall behind the galloper,
Oh, yeah.
right? And that mirror in that wall behind the galloper pole is actually the butter mirror that you were painting.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because you're looking at a different angle from the wall, you're seeing past the butter wording, and you're seeing the reflection of whatever she's looking at, and it's a galloper.
Oh God.
Fastened to that pole that's going up to the ceiling in the secondary reflection.
Oh my goodness.
Don't get too complicated.
Sorry, I love looking at technical things like that. Yeah.
Oh well, you can put those in. We don't have to, do we?
Oh, I don't think I am either, but there you go.
I think it's worth the effort, this picture. I think there's a lot going on, and if you can
So
get a
behind that
half,
pot, are you just doing another mirror, or
yeah, that's a big mirror.
because it looks like a clock coming out of there? Is that like
There is
there?
over there, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Or, I don't think it is. I think it's a reflection.
It's the reflection of the crown.
Yeah, that's
Oh, is
right.
it?
Yeah,
Oh, right.
yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah. So I was just gonna,
Just feel something in there. Yeah. With
yeah,
a squiggly do.
and just make it damp. Yeah,
Yeah.
and, that's all there is to it. Raw sienna, that is, by the way.
Right.
I was flapping around with gold in the crown, but I think just ordinary, just a drop of raw sienna is good enough. And as I say, I don't think this is going to be a.
The crown looks like a lampshade, actually, to me.
Yeah, I think that's what they're designed to be. It probably
I think
is
it's a
one of
bit
those.
hard to see what it actually is, isn't it?
If you
Yeah,
get it on your phone and zoom in, you will see the middle cross doesn't complete. It goes right over the top and forms a loop to support it.
yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's hanging from a great big golden ball at the top, which is the top of the crown.
Need a bigger brush. Excuse me. That'll do.
Hmm.
I know what Carol's thinking. It was better when Gordon was muted.
Sorry, Carol.
Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself. That's it.
Oh no. Oh.
But yeah, I'm quite pleased with this. I always say it's a daunting picture, there's no doubt about it.
Oh, I don't know.
I think you should have a go.
Yeah, but my watercolour's my painting's gone awful lately. Can't seem to.
You could do it with pastels.
Yeah, there's a lot of fiddly bits in there. Am I going to get the detail in?
Cobblers to the detail.
Hmm?
No, you don't need to. Yeah, I think you could have some real fun with it.
I've got to draw it out yet because I haven't got my printer going. So
Yeah,
I've just got to follow the picture on the iPad.
I've got to have a go at. I'm going to have a go at the crown at some point. That's the only crown, and I'm going to. The crown's got to go. It's got to be knocked back, which is fairly straightforward. The horse has to come
forward.
The
How
crown's.
do you make the horse come forward if it's white?
Yeah,
How do you do that?
it will. Once I'll have to add some more white to it.
Yeah.
It's
You've got to put dark behind it, a bit more dark
yeah,
somehow.
yeah. Add a few more. I think since I can.
Because the pot you could do a bright colour, couldn't you, if you wanted?
Yeah, yeah.
Make that look a bit more.
As I say, it's a quite a busy picture, and until you establish those ground rules of like what's where the position, where the best sort of position of distance and all the rest of it. But yeah, it's just a question of colour. But to bring the horse forward, it's just a question of putting more emphasis on the red bits. Then he'll come forward. Without a doubt, concentrate on those bits. Bear in mind that's really brighter than I would have wanted to be, but I'll just do
Oh, I
it.
like that. I like that.
Yeah, but I can add some yellow in it as well, and that'll tone it back a bit. It's set in stone, Carol,
Right.
and
Okay.
that'll bring it forwards. And then when I put some shadows back on the horse, that'll
I
blend
might
it
have a
back.
go with the pastels. Might have a go.
Right.
Could I pastel a bit and paint a bit? Because I don't think I'd be able to do that pole in pastel. Well, I might. I've got some pencils.
Yeah, I think if you watch,
I'll watch that video. Yeah.
yeah, if you watch that video, I think Tony Allen will give you more of an idea, yeah,
Yeah.
of
Okay.
what's of the way to go. But yep, all I've got to do now is once the floor's sorted out a bit more, I can certainly. What I might do when it dries off as well is to just mask a few bits out, mask a few bits over, like mow this bit around here around the floors, because at the moment I'm having to paint all around these objects when really what I want to do is go, really focus and concentrate on the floor, because then the whole thing will change. It'll all come back to me. At the moment, little things are frustrating, but same with the crown. It will come back. I'll get it back. Bear in mind, it is a watercolor. It's not a.
Yeah.
So you've got to think of it as a watercolor, not as a. But just by putting a few dabs of white on, especially that bit there where it comes forwards, it'll push it back quite a lot.
Right, I've got to go now. Sorry. I'll catch
Well,
up with you later. Okay then.
What? Okay.
All
Take
right,
care.
see you. Yeah, okay. Bye.
Carol.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Is you already?
Right.
And then there were none.
Well, actually, Anne's gone. She said goodbye to you, but the mic was off at the time.
Well, I'm quite satisfied with what's going on. I'm pretty certain that bear in mind, it is like I say, it is a flipping watercolor. It's not an oil. So you've got to be a little bit more.
You've done a good job of it, Dave.
I'm finished. It's only about 30% finished.
I can see, see possibilities.
That's what I'm looking at. And around this area, there's some good information. Good information.
Yeah.
I'm not giving up.
No. Well, it'd be interesting to see your video when you finished it.
Well, what I'll do is I'll pause the one that we're working on, this video.
Yeah.
But I've worked it so that this video, when I pause it, hang on, let me take this off. Change my microphone. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave. You've gone quieter, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I think actually, you know, I'm looking at it on the screen bit now, and I'm thinking, yeah, we can tighten that up. That's all we've got to do now is just tighten it up.
Well, you don't too much on the background there. You've got the background. It says where it is and what it is.
Hmm.
It's the horse and the lady now, isn't it?
Yeah. As what I'm going to do, my next plan is I shall masking fluid the horse, the pole, and the base. I'll mask that out of the way so that I can really concentrate on the floor for a little while without, you know.
Think it needs it?
Yeah, I think I want. There's a few bits I just want to smooth it all down.
I've got an orbital sander if you want it.
Yeah, that might be handy. Well, that way I can make Mo's legs stand out again a bit better. Because at the moment she's getting lost.
Well, the problem with Mo is he's got light coming from both directions.
Yeah.
You can't give the image of you can't put shadow image on there one side to make it round and things like that, can you?
No. Right.
It's weird.
We'll sort
Anyway.
something out. Right. Here's part 2. This should be fun. Well, say fun. You might notice it looks slightly different now. Basically, I put it into the bar. Well, just over the edge of the bar, like so, on its side, on its edge, and got my sponge and really went through everything. Got rid of all the bits of white paint and wanted to get it right the way back. One of the reasons is the crown. It was totally wrong. I didn't draw it properly. See it there. I didn't draw it properly, so I wanted to go through and redo all that, starting off with its background. I've washed this coat off, and the horse had too much white on it. It didn't look right. It felt, it is watercolor. But I very often do this to paintings, wash them out if I'm not happy or it feels. And like I was saying in part 1, really, it is a watercolor. There's a tendency to get carried away and start thinking other things, or it just naturally develops, and to fix something you end up putting more and more paint on. But doing this, I've pushed everything back completely, not back to square one, because there's still things there. I've had to, repencil in the horse and things like that, going back to my roots. But this turned out really nice. The plinth that the pole is on, quite chuffed on. So it's not always doom and gloom going back to square one. I think my main, one of my things I'd like to start with is the crown. And I need to get back in. I'm just going to make this slightly damp here and change it with some spray my paints with some water, rehydrating. I'm still using the big set of St. Petersburg paints. These I quite like them. That's the image. Yeah, so I need to get in amongst this and really get this moving. I'm not worried about that bit down there. Big piece on the right. A bit of raw sienna. Sorry, burnt sienna. Just put that in. Just think. I'm just thinking back wall. This moment in time. Not try and tease the crown out a little bit. But this is just blue with some burnt sienna. Just drop it in. It's going to fade back, so we'll be fine in that. This area edge down here, I need to differentiate the this area here. It's not yellow. Yellow is the wrong colour. It's a more of an umber, sort of a brown colour. Don't really want to put anything into the horse. Try a bit more than that. Don't use umber very often, actually, which is really bad of me. A lot of artists sort of swear by it. And differentiate. Get my let's lift a little bit off down there just to make it look like there's a bit of shadow. You keep running out of tissues. Just lift it off with a dry brush. It's better. Now I've got a distinct line here that I can put down to put in, which will totally make that do its bits. Knock it back. The burnt umber worked quite well inside my crown. A bit of burnt umber and over the top there. Just look for the shadows and the dark areas. You should hopefully get some sort of give it some sort of 3D depth feel. Actually managed to draw it a wee bit better. I'm not using gold this time, this is just burnt sienna. Sorry, raw sienna. It's confused my burnt and raw sienna. Just a plan. Go. So much light reflecting off everything in this picture. Got me Naples yellow. I'll add a bit of a glow to things. Just screw your eyes up and look for tonal values, what shadows and not shadows. Something going on just about there. A bit more paint. It is to say, right, you're forming part of the frame and painted in. And leave some of those white areas, light areas. Burnt, bit of burnt umber for the shadow in this area, just where it goes up over. That's looking a lot better than we had before, that's for sure. As this dries off, we'll put some streaks down through here to make it look more like wood. You add blue to raw umber, it goes much darker grey. Put paint on and then spend 10 minutes rubbing it all off again. It's terrible for that. Just do a few bits and then go away to another area of the picture, let it dry off, because this paper I'm using, as I said, is so it's just a hot press, so it's dead, it's really smooth. Bit of burnt, bit of umber, or umber. Not the right colour, is it? I think this nose hair is a definite hard one to decide how to approach it. But just look for the highlights against the lowlights of it. Add a few in. Decided that I'm going to make her hair go down. Plus, shoulders bit. A little bit better. And a little bit of bluey grey. Put a dot in her eye. But at least I've got something there that makes me what's the word? Gives me a little bit extra confidence. One of those sort of pictures that we're going to have to build up a lot over a period of time, I'm afraid. Bit off more than we could chew. Much, 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 much. little bit of fleshy tone there. A little bit of burnt sienna and sorry, burnt sienna umber. I'm into umber at the moment. And there's a shadow area just under her chin, under here. Goes down. Just in some interest. And some little bit on the cheek. Maybe I'll just build it up as the days, weeks, and months go by. But I'm just using it's just umber. Just screw my eyes up, find some shadow areas and just some tone in the hair and just add it in. Not too bad. For her dress, sorry, her top. Let's see if I can find a bit of turquoisey top here. Just a bit of blue and green. I'll take this off. A bit of bit of blue and green. What I'm going to do is make her dress area just clean water and drop some of the blue in. See what happens. Just clean water. And I'm just going to let it flow around, see what happens. I've mixed up some try and jiggle it around to less, and hopefully it will come. Hard colour to find those. Is it blue? Is it turquoise? Is it something? Just going in where the colours could have watched that area. I'll lose her hand, which I can just see there. I'm worried about the detail on the there. I can put that in later when it's dried back. And it's some going up over the shoulder in. Not too bad. Goes fairly straight there. And then the line goes down there. We've got dark lines here. A bit of more of the umber. And that's a dark brown. Close. It's trouble sometimes you've got a palette with so many colours in, you don't know which colour's which. I've got 3 brushes in my hand, one of which is a rigger. I'm just going to lift some colour off, just to have a bit of brown down there. Not only reason is that some blue, just to establish while it's damp where the dark shadowy bits of the dress is. While it's still damp, I can pick up some nice red out of this palette. Near red really. I'm just going to put some more bits of that in. A bit like this. Try not to repeat the mistakes that I made on Tuesday. I did say that, I often say that. What you tend to do. You think you're doing it, you start again, you think you're doing it all different. You end up making exactly the same errors, or you end up with the same sort of picture. Just in a minute, put a few bits in, let it fade back, and come back, build it up later. But here's a watercolour. Well, Mo, you can do it, and I can use some of this. I'm going to use the same method in the brushes. Same water. Soften it down, and then drop the colours in, which will be some of this bit of yellow that we'll put here as an undercolour. Give it a warm glow, and then drop in some red. It's super bright cadmium red, really. While it's damp, we'll just drop some colour in. When there's knobbly knees. Everybody recognises that this was never going to be a straightforward, take a mixed picture. And lift it up a bit. There you go. There you go. Now you've got your shoes on now. Shoes are the same sort of blue as the top. It can be any blue. It's a sort of a light cerulean type blue. So you can drop it in. Luckily, I can see enough of the image from Tuesday. Just drop it in. Try and leave a few light areas. Not too bad. Obviously, we'll have to put some shadow under her feet at some points. It'll make them, otherwise she's jumping off the ground. Yeah, it's getting there. Soften this over. Give you a bit more blue in here. Okay. Jubbly. And going back to our crown, I'm going to have to put some blue into this area. Soften that across. See what I've done there. Lost a bit of the crown. And then again, this area then. the stiff brush I'm just using. It'll be fine, let that dry off. A bit more, add a bit more shadow to that, this area in here. Drying off a little bit. Almost just paint the crown on its own would make a really nice picture. Maybe we'll do that next time. A crown. No. Where on screen? No. No more. No more. Bric-a-brac shops. That's a very strong bit of yellow. I'll just grab over of there. More than on. That's there. Wanted to bring this side up a little too. Of the water. And soften it. It's not confused. You should, like I always say, you should paint what you see, really, but I'm not sure what I see. It's so obtuse. Such a diverse area of painting. Need a bit more brown. It's just any old. I think this is. If you find it's too dark, just add a bit of yellow into it to warm it up. Contribute together, act as some sort of shadow. There's an area that I haven't painted yet, so I have to come back to that in a minute. Yeah. So what should have done, right from the get-go, is just painted the crown first. Got that right, and then everything else would have just fallen into place. The jokes. Hopefully that will fade back. And some dark in there. We don't know what it is, that's the thing. So just leave it for a minute. So, I don't know how strong this flesh tone is, but I don't want it too strong. Thing is, I'll have to put some fresh colour in, otherwise the legs just disappear into nothing. Yeah, Yeah. Nice. Seems to have dried off quite well. Looking at need to a little bit of sap green. Bit of green. Concentrating those strap thingy. I'm still using the brown burnt umber. Make your own raw sienna, burnt sienna even. Add a bit of red to ordinary brown. And I think they comes up to above the waist, doesn't it? A little bit. It's going to be dark where it meets the inside. It's what curves round here, doesn't it? Make that a bit lighter. Right, still. And a bit of red over the top to warm it up a bit. No. Seeing comes free. Now it's the charge. A bit more. And no to shoulder on. Otherwise she'll never lift that. The visual feel now. It feels right. It's going in. The darker part of the jacket. Lovely, lovely. A horrible blue that I've invented here. I wonder if we could find a little bit of blue violet colour in there. Just some violet. Add some of this blue to it. Might make or the other way around. Might inspire nose top to be a nicer colour. So it's dried off. It's been sitting here for a few minutes now, so it's nice and clean. I'm just going to add this nice violet colour into the mix. I'll do something. Can't leave it as it is. I'm just dabbing it in. Bit of blue violet. The thing about watercolours, they do fade back such a minute. Try and pick out some of the darker areas where the buttons are. Organise some shadows in your arms at some point. Lovely teaser out of the blue. Very nice. Should go on to the right. Well, something I was thinking about earlier. A reminder that there's some lace holes there. Usually use a ruler for this, but go there. Just going to leave that little white area there. Looks like she's got socks on. But it is a little bit too much there, so I'm going to lift that off. Almost. I think my crown could do a little swish back. Make it a bit fainter. Now it's dried, I can add some more information beyond. Apart from that bit there, which I'm going to have to add. Might try for a minute. Try and resist it today. Add a bit of white there just to remind me that there is something else there that we can address later. Now then, well, this print needs to be stronger. It's a matter of going around the image now, deciding where we need some shadows. I'm not even looking at the picture of the just putting in the values where I think we should go. Trusting that it will look like something interesting. Sniffles. Dry. My brush work. Use a bit of water. Once it gets damp, I'll move away and go somewhere else. Just look at the shadow. I'm just looking at the shadows of this little statue and thinking, just picking out the darks of it in the hope that I'll get some sort of, we won't know exactly what it is, but we don't anyway, so But it should look like something. Just a pick of it. Just a base colour, and in a minute we can add some more darker areas. After a few minutes, you start to realise that that's an armlet, an armpit, and shadow inside is there. There's another little arm coming there. And this is sort of a shadow area. And, add a little bit of blue into the really dark shadowy areas. And, need to lift a bit of that off in a minute. So, I'll fade that. Sort of a shadowy bit here. Goes right on. Bit of blue. There's a oops. Not using a lot of colour today, just a lot of subtle picking out shadow areas, dark areas, just enhancing what you already had. It's simply that. Surprising how quick this palette's drying out on me. But I want this to look like a piece of wood. So, this is one of those lovely pictures that we could spend forever. Using nuances, little extra bits of shadow and image, the water on there, just to form some sort of shadow underneath. There you go. Expenses. No, I'm holding that brush, I'm not using it. Just going to put some colour on and leave it alone. Do a bit more work on it later. Just that bit over that side, I think. Yeah. Put more shadow over that side. A little bit too much there. It spreads. What I've got here is a little bit of reflection of the extra reflection and marrow in there. just all round her hand for a minute. Let's put something in the mirror. So ideally, what you could do with is a line colour going across there and using a bit of red in it. I'm not sure what it's a reflection of, but you know, I think it's the horse part of it. Okay. Soften down the edges. Give a little bit of idea. Just a matter of putting in lots of dark areas now. Teasing up some of these. It's a bit everywhere. Come on, Mo. You're doing a good job with this lovely shopping. Just need to hydrate a few areas in my palette. Temperature's gone up, so things are starting to I think what I might do is have a bit of a play with Mo's hair, because whereas it's really faint, I think I'm going to make a decision and just drop in some gold. Can't just leave it that colour, it's just not standing out enough. So plenty of slight fleshy colours here. In order to bring Mo's legs out, I'm going to mix up a little bit of shadow, which is just this violet colour and a bit of blue. Just dab it where her legs are. Some point. Just soften it down. There's shadow on the right hand side anyway, so we can get away with it. Leave a few bits of white. That's a bit too strong there. On the edge, there we go. Just anywhere where the join of the shorts are work fine. And don't forget the knee areas there as well. And there's a nice, not using a lot of paint here, I've just put these few colours in the palette. And there's a shadow area in the jeans there. Stuck with the, oops, on just a matter of adding some information while I remember when I'm on this area, dabbing some one key shadow areas. I know there's a real big one down there. We'll tease for the coat on it. Lovely, lovely. Now, horsey. I've gone right back to a lovely shade of white paper, so I'm just going to put some, this has got a bit of Naples yellow, hasn't it? Just move these big brushes out of the way. Just paint what you see. This leg, it's a little bit, and there's yellow. Sort of, it's not yellow, it's sort of a off-white reflection of the horse. Definitely where his hooves meet. Technical. Not get too much on this time. And there's some, oops, getting your hand in a load of paint. Just block it in for a minute. And we've got this nice bits of shadow on a brush. Bit of purple. Mix up a nice grey tone. Just look for the shadow areas on the, I know I'm speaking quiet, but I'm concentrating. If it's too much, just lift it off. We're painting a watercolour. Sometimes, I've said this a million times, the I don't know where the horse's eye is. I can't quite visualise it. I think it's right there on the chin. Put something in there. It was a bit strong. More of a grey. No, let that dry off. And a few bits of, just look for shadows. Or shadow areas. And spend the next 300 years teasing them out. You can always add a little bit of blue into the shadow, just to encourage it. Well, it's definitely more like a watercolour now. Still got some red left that was on Mo's. That I used on Mo's jacket, so add some of that in. Add in a little bit. Where the pencil lines are drawn. Cool. What I've been doing, turned it upside down. Thing I've been doing is got a little tube of this titanium white, but permanent white would be equally as well. And I've just added a few bits of titanium white onto the, nearly said the throne, the words escape me now. King wears a, oh, what's this? Alzheimer's or? Yeah. Anyway, one of them. So I've been adding a little bit of white here and there, just to try highlight a few bits. So there's a sort of fleur-de-lis design here, which I want to lose. This is titanium white, but it's not that permanent. I end up having to do about 20 coats to get it. If you've got any permanent white, it'll probably make a better job. And that gloss as well, it sort of fades into this top piece. A bit more to use in white, but it's only after I relooked at the drawing, I suddenly realised I'd missed half of the information on the crown. It's one of those and on this soft paper I'm using, it's, I can't scratch it out. It's very thin. So all I can do is redraw it using the some white paint. It'll be okay. Gouache should do the same thing. At least better gouache. Just look for some highlights on there. Huh. I must be having a funny turn. I can't remember what that is. Yeah. There's quite a few places on here that benefit from some little flicks of white along there. My next task one of the just lob it, put the brush in the tube and squish it on. As I say, one of my next tasks, so I was going to mask mow out and have a few washes on the floor so I can bring her hairstyle back with some of this white as well. Just got to find this such a delicate. I think she'll be quite pleased about this because I think I've made her look a bit younger. Yeah. Very nice. Anyway, to get the gist, the lifesaver this time isn't Chinese white, but more of a permanent, stronger white. Chinese white's so translucent. It just, you end up having to put that 300 coats of it on to get anything done. Why not stick your hand in it like I'm doing and just ease it back. It's just the shadows that causing the problem. The reflections, and they're just there everywhere. Beauty of this stuff is it will rehydrate, so just to emphasize the point, make the whole head white, use a bit of tissue to try and add the effect that I'm looking for. Like the chin bit, that's quite good. Maybe a bit here. Just stuck my hand in all the lovely paintwork I was doing there. And her legs as well. When it dries, you can add some highlights down through. Bit of a highlight there. Still all the same techniques. Put the colour on, just soften it down with clean water. Not a bit too white really. Just say I want to let all this dry, and I'm going to go onto the floor and rework the floor so I can make the horse stand out a bit more. One of the things I've also been doing is giving the horse quite a lot of the horse anyway. Gordon and Anne and Gordon are being their elements here because it's turned back to the old, almost going back anyway, to the old wash days. Just want to bring him back to Christine's big smile on her face because he's using acrylic paint, so she can just half an inch thick and make it really nice and smooth. What we're trying to do is make the horse look solid. I've said this about this paint before. The reason I use it is I want to make the subject look three-dimensional, which in watercolour, because it's so transparent, it's an easy thing to do. The jug's fine, if not a little bit clearer. Getting there though. It's slowly coming to life, and I think a little bit more dry and a little bit more work up here as well. I might actually knock that back with some more white. Just let it dry off for now. And as I say, I'll mask everything out around here, a bit of masking fluid, and then I can confidently put some nice washes on the floor, enrich them. So here we go. I've put some masking fluid around here. Bit of a disaster actually, my masking fluid. I think I couldn't have done the lid up properly, and it dried out into a solid blob. Expensive afternoon. Still don't know what that's called. Hey, this king sits on a throne and he wears a crown. Ah, got it, crown. Oh, dear, dear. all afternoon it's taken me to do that. I'm just going to put a wash of burnt sienna and a nice bit of shadow there. It's tilted down this way towards me. I think I can manage with that. Somewhere over the rainbow. Now I've got some raw sienna in this palette. And then rehydrate it. And there's some shadow colour over there. Raw sienna. But it's my backup hydration system. Very COVID vaccination sort of thing. Inject some water. Right. Nice brush. Raw sienna. Get a nice pool of raw sienna. And a little edge of shadow in there. It's a bit light. Maybe over there. Maybe not. Looked a bit brown. Okay. No messing about. I think I might use the mop for a bit of fun. So I'm just going to get a nice blob of water on it. I don't know what all the hoo-ha's about with these mops, to be quite frank with you. Look at it. It goes like unless there's something in the water, it looks like it's gone solid. Oh, it just blew off, yeah. Bit of raw sienna. Just going to dab it in. Wanted it to warm my picture up. Wow, that did it. Quite that much. I've got all this lovely underpainting of yellow anyway, so. And for the shadow areas, it's all around here. Where this could do have been a bit more violet, couldn't it? It's got a bit of violet in my palette over here, blue violet, so just add a bit of that. It goes right the way around all of this. Yes. Not even right up to this foot actually. Pop it in. Hopefully it will. Well, not hopefully. It had better fade back nicely, which is what we want it to do. Put some in just inside there, so it comes down to the foot. Still not 100% dark enough. I wanted it really, really dark in there. That's because I know we know it's going to fade out. Put some serious shadows going. Live there. It's almost like a carpet. Don't seem to be not blowing. What I'm messing about with, trying to. All right, yeah, this brush is in Put a few lines along. Make it feel like it's I think that'll dry back quite nicely. Well, while we're still nicely down, get this nice brush and just add a few to put dark bits in. A little bit of yellow amongst this. Don't know where it's picking that up. There, meant to be lucky accident. Could argue. A well varnished floor. We'll let that dry back for a minute. See what happens. Sort of a contemporary feel to it. Just have a little play with the horse now. It's got a lovely yellow glow to it. And some nice brushes. Frosty rigger. First thing I'm going to do is have a little concentration on these. I like that. Smaller one. Bit of nice bits of colour. Nice bit of yellow. Some red. Nice bit of this golden yellow. It's the Terry Harrison one. He calls it sunlit gold, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah. Bear in mind we're doing watercolours. Treat this braiding that the horse has got in. Some yellow. Doesn't need to go too far down. Some bits here. And while it's that's still damp, we'll drop in some yellow. Oh well, it's the other yellow, sometimes called red. Just put in. Put the way in. Well, the horse doesn't have a crown on it, otherwise it'd be here all night trying to remember what that's called. Here, dropping it in. Always tighten it up there, trying. Very nice. Might be a good idea to decide what it's got a braid, isn't it? A rein that goes just there. I'm just going to lightly put that in. or suddenly look more interesting. The old weather. Lovely jubbly. You need to find a nice, decide on a nice shadowy colour that matches that incorporates the redness really. So going back to our colour wheel, our redness sort of complementary is blue, but I'm looking more at this greeny shade. And find a bit of green. And mix it with a bit of red. That should give me a sort of shadow colour that I'm looking at around here. It's a little bit of red. Just make it classic. No, too much water. Have a bit off. Just going to concentrate on one layer at a time. Step 2 moves. One base one's that there. Good. What I'm doing is looking for shadowy bits. Bear in mind with watercolour, so if we're not happy, like we've been quite a bit on occasion, we'll just run it in. Like that. Maybe it's strong. Easy enough. Just squint your eyes up. And then there's a bit where that leg comes across. Too much. Hopefully that'll. I'm keen just to put it on, just to make a statement of intent at some point. Same here, it's sort of a little bit of yellow. Not worried about this here, so I'll extend that down with some cream water. Then a few bits here. Might have to slightly lift them. I think I'll leave that going over there. I don't dislike it. That was a bit too much brown in there. That's fine. You lift it off or lighten it up with a little bit of white. Just a matter of what we can do is tease these bits in there, a bit at a time. A little bit of the red. Let the paint do some of the work. Seems to work for me quite nicely by putting this paint on and just dabbing a little bit off. Just looking for shadows really. make it look more nice and movement. Yeah, under here, under its belly. So I haven't this. I've extended this bit of the horse myself, so it's not actually within the photo. So I'm just going to add a few bits to it. And there'll be definitely a dark shadowy bit in here. That's fine. It's going to dry back nice. A bit of rain. Keep thinking, paint what you see. Not easy, is it? There's so much to see. And it's got lovely soft yellow areas. Careful, I'm working with light on, so I'm getting a lot of spurious shadows. For his mane, I'm just going to whack in a bit of a bit of light blue. I'm going to extend it up because I've made that area just a little bit too. It's right the way down through, isn't it? Getting there. It's a bit green, that yellow. That's my main bone of contention. It's not just the light in the wheel. I think it genuinely has got a green tinge to it. What we need is more plain green to it. It's got a tuft, doesn't it, on its head, just below the. You know what that is? I'm going to put something in there and make it up now. Still looks a bit green, that. So when it's dry, I'm going to have to clean this yellow and lift some of that back off and maybe change the yellow a bit for a cleaner yellow. We're getting there slowly. Turn into a little bit of a minefield, this this image. At the moment we've been working on the crane. See, I remembered what it was called this time. Adding a few. One of the, well, it's a bit of a lifesaver really, is permanent white. I found that after I washed it back, obviously I'm having to build things up. One of the fiddliest things I've found is the actual crane itself. I must have totally neglected. The best way of using this stuff is just take the lid off, damp your brush off, just take it straight out of the tube. Just want to add a few extra highlights. It's the only way I can do it in. I found I was losing so much of the image. It's bringing it, starting to bring it all back now, and actually see the crown. I didn't pay enough attention to it when I was doing my drawing. So really, it's my own silly fault. So it's just a question of the moment. I'm just building everything back up from where I was. And I think the crown is quite a significant part. The picture is such an important part, but the annoying part is around this area is where the difference between the background and the crown is so, they're almost identical. So it's, you need to highlight it and paint it in such a way that it totally disappears, becomes the background, because the crown is there. Well, I'll probably look at it again later and think, oh, I don't know. What I am going to do is I'm going to soften that area down. Just clean water, rehydrated it, spread the thing, and later on I'll knock it all back, make it much lighter so that the crown stands out. I'm starting to get a bit a lot more happy with it now. Even just discovered there are some little rings holding the thing up because it's come down from the ceiling. Once it's established this, I think we'll be okay. Just going to put some little dots there like that. And when that dries off, I'll have a few bits of white in between each one. Just going to put a little, it's on this one, isn't it? A little bit of shadow on there. And a little bit on there, I think. Just a bit of grey, dirty water really, from the palette. Drop it on. Feels a lot more confident there. Very cool. So I think the good idea to spend a bit of extra effort and time with this, with that area, with the with the crown. I don't know what's wrong with me yesterday. I couldn't remember what the word was. I kept thinking that there's a king sits on a throne and wears a crown. At last, I got it right. I don't know what I was going to do now. Oh, right. Need some shadow under here. Let's just put a couple of lines. We don't know what it is. We know it goes up here. It's just stuff on the wall, isn't it? To tease a few bits in. Must admit, this has been one of the most definitely busiest images of paintings I can remember playing with. I'm apologising really for biting off more than we could chew, I think. In a short period, it's a much more detailed image, isn't it, than we normally would go for. So having to adapt. But no one said it would be easy. Just use a bit of dry brush work here. Make it look like it's the corner of the wall. So needs a bit here as well. Just pick out those little bits on the crown. Funny thing is, when you're doing this, you're sort of thinking, "Cool. When the next time I do this painting, I'm gonna do this and that." And of course, after you've finished it, the opposite occurs. You think, "I'm not painting that again." Just messing about with burnt umber and blue, mixing up some darks to tease a few things in it. In a minute, I'm going to put another piece of white across there because there's another one of this area from the crown teases itself across to there. So that'll be nice. Bit dark on there. Still got a lot of work on the horse yet to do. To say, this is not an easy picture. It's a major piece of work, this. Trying to get all the pieces and elements together. It's taken a lifetime. Slowly does it, slowly does it. But we've got a nice pile of white over here that I can utilise every now and then. Add some. At some stage, I'm not saying I've got there yet, but I have been considering using some pastel pencils on some areas to really make a difference. I'm angling towards thinking. I'm thinking that towards the horse. I've got in my mind's eye. I've got this impression that I want the horse to really stand out. Do something, but this area on her leg, otherwise it looks like she's got some sort of disease or had a skin graft. This is so fiddly. Brighten up her shoe a bit. On one side. Just a lighter blue. Cerulean blue. Sort of, much lighter than tease it on. So this is turning into I've got nasty there. Piece of colour. It needs to be. When you get these things, you can very often just, because it's bone dry now, just try and soften it in with clean water. Occasionally works. You can always pick up some paint from the edge of the picture that you're not going to use. Work, isn't it? So going to have to add a bit of yellow and fuse it across. But like we said before, it always has consequences, and you need to sort of spread it across a bit. Otherwise, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. Sore colour. I'm just going to put some. It's going to take a while to build that up now. Just try and disguise it. Do a bit. And then go away, let it dry. Because it's watercolour, it dries back such a way. So, looking at my horse, I'm going to go for it. And on a slightly larger one, which is number 6, I believe. Then I add the yellow that I had on, I think I said on the last video, the yellow that I was using decidedly had a green feel to it. So not the colour that I wanted. I'm just going to go over and lift the horse. With some white, permanent white. So in the end, effectively, it's a turn it into a mixed media sort of. It says it's watercolour, the white anyway, so rare places as well. I'm not happy about it. It's there, it's sort of an off yucky yellow. Not what I wanted. That was this permanent white. Choose a different tone later. Slowly does it. You like that green tone, so I have to mix up a slightly different white colour, yellowy tone. Might be better thinking about it just to stick with the bluey grey that we've put here instead. I suppose what we're trying to emulate is some years of cigarette smoke or something that stained it an off yellow, because in reality it wouldn't be that. Make that not darker. Other than that, we're getting there. It's stronger blue over this, where I masking blue didn't work. It's cut underneath now. I think the videos for this particular painting are going to be about 4 hours long. So use the fast forward button quite a lot if I was you guys. Can't leave this like that. It's got to come back to life, hasn't it? I think having some blue straight over this should help it a lot. You put lines. It's the violet colour, isn't it? Blue violet. But it's trying to find. That's definitely blue violet there. We're going to have to rearrange this. See what I've done. The floor is not. Not surprising. That'd be right. I can make these ones longer. And put dark on later. And it will blend in nice. Make that one go over a bit. Just extend that. I think I know what I mean. So that will go out to there. Or shall we just take it back? With the horses. No pun intended. Fishing. So lift that off. See what I've done there. Luckily we've got shadow tones within this palette. So mix up a bit. I kept from previous days and came to definitely going to need to. It's masking fluid's not always the ideal stuff, is it? I'm going to have to let that dry and then blend quite a bit more then. I don't want it to be. I'll soften it down when it's dry and then put another coat on it. It'll soften down into the floor. Like the fact that there's a run back area just there. That's not too bad. Just conscious of the way my floor was running, which was slightly, let's push that up a bit, slightly at this angle. I don't want to keep my brush strokes going the right way. So there I've got a little run back. I'll let that dry off and then come back to it. Probably straighten out later with a watercolour pencil, just put some lines in when it's dried off to re-establish where it is. This will be dry and then I'll be able to smooth that over to give it a helping hand so it blends in nicely with the floor. It's a clean water job. Water's starting to come back to life. I'm repeating now what I did on Tuesday, and that's adding white to it. I think of some of the brush strokes where the curves. Gordon's going, look, he's like an oil painter now. Okay. But once I put some more colour back into this unit at the back, it'll knock it, push it back and decide. It'll make it look a lot nicer. Say, my last resort, if it doesn't, well, not a last resort, it's just something that's in my mind's eye. If I don't feel happy about it, later on, then I'm going to use some pastels on it to really emphasize the tone of it. All with the golden straw hair. Better off using the rigger on that. Still need blades of more darks. Whoops. On round here. Tidy up this bit. But from a distance, it's not too bad. See how we're getting on there. Turn it right in the right way. I've been slowly adding bits of white and trying to brighten it up a bit. And one of the things I've considered, and I mentioned earlier, was to here we have a load of just a quick test really. Some pastel pencils. Just wondering if it'll. They are interchangeable with watercolour. We've got so much. Not going to make that hair much whiter than it is at the moment. And maybe looking at the horse, could I? I've got this watercolour pencils as well that could potentially embolden, liven up the image. 2 seconds. Here's one at my disposal. If I can find it. These are these very bright, intense watercolour pencils that've got a nice waxy feel to them. I think we're at desperation point, but just experimenting to see if we can add to our painting. The also gives us a little bit of extra control as well. Particularly, I'm thinking around fingers. This is a swordfish icon pencil sharpener, and it really does a good job. There's a blunt one, so you just push it out a little bit and turn the handle a few times. Yeah, nice. A little bit better. We'll go better than that. And a little bit of a point. There you go. I'm just thinking of increasing the around where Mo's hand is to help me out a bit. Could do it with a brush, but just to gently add a little bit of, decide on how big her finger is. I'm not actually looking at the picture at all with you. Do that. Good enough on that. I think I'm at the stage now where I just want to get on and add, move on and very lightly enhance. I just go around it with the pen, with pencil with it. Just gives me an rough idea of, is it going to work, is it not going to work? Yeah, okay. The beauty of these pencils is you get a little bit of clean water on the brush. You can just smooth it down. Just variation of the theme. Getting paint on the brush, in the area that you want to toy with. Just wanted to bring Mo's finger out. Almost the same colour for a brush. Anywhere where we decide that we want to add a bit of extra even on my little horse. Quite a nice colour this, so I'm going to keep dazzling along. Done the hard work with all our paint. Question of, especially where the edge is there. To say this is turning into a marathon painting. And the video is a mile long. Tighten it. Yeah, a little bit of just another bit of ammunition to our bow. And do the this this white, intense white pencil. If I remember rightly, you add a bit of water onto the. Sorry, it's my hand. It's really for this. You add a bit of water onto that intense. It does really become intense colour. I think it's that's a lot better now than it did earlier. Pastels are quite handy as well because they give you quite a nice softness to your to the image rather than the watercolor pencils. I'll try a few in a minute just to prove the point. Can be quite. They leave a greasy film on the image. Do something about nose bag. We're looking for a sort of a reddish brown colour. Okay. So, and where is it? One thing they do need to do is add some bits of painting palettes all over the place here, just for this one image. Mix up another bit of light blue, or a blue, maybe one that I'm playing with. It's a sort of Russian blue. Seems to have been the theme right away throughout, and I just want to add some wash to this background. Just go around all that. The light, add in some blue tones. Lovely jubbly. Have a little bit of burnt sienna. Drop it on top. Give us that nice shadowy, whoops, grey tone. Sorry, Mel. Put your hand. Put that in then. Looks like the shadow in the background. Horse's leg should come forward a bit as well. Just there. And I can afford to put some darker shadow colour, which is purpley blue, which relates to this area here. And a bit of that one as well. That meets the floor. Alright. A big van pulled up outside, delivering something or other. Just gonna let it drizzle away in there to create some interest. Get a black pencil at some point and really go to town. Make it really dark. With some blue. If I had blue to the shadow. Get it really dark. You want blue. Can add. Oh, whoops. Wanted to add some shadow, really dark between that. Decided that this is sort of a counter area. Add a bit. Don't worry, this is going to be yellow at the bottom. Hopefully. Well, just marking the territory now. This side. Make decision that it's going to be dark along there now because so much work to be done on this picture. Chances are I'll forget. That's the only downside in a way of moving around from one part of the picture to the other. This is that dry back area that I had earlier. So I'm still having to work at disguising that with some sort of shadow. Bit of a faux pas that. Dreading masking fluid. Let's go one line. Not too bad. See how it dries back in a minute. Good old Mo. If she only knew the trouble this woman has caused me. Some she's in the light. It's so bright. Almost getting there. I can see a little bit of pastel on there. Got to bear in mind with pastels, it's pure colour pigment, so what you're playing with is just pure colour, and you get to be able to smooth it around. Throw the bits away. Yeah, getting there. Dark, really nice dark colour under here. Could do a bit of a point on that. A bit in my trusty pencil sharpener. And voila! You get a nice trying to do a lot more work on Mo's jacket. Do with a lot more effort. Some lighter blues. A bit far up there. Oh, look at that. Right in there. That's great. Don't go too far. Just a bit of lighter colour in here. Just brightening up. Well, Mel's jacket's looking so forlorn. Had some real depth to it, I think. More depth to it. I'm going to have to decide that this jacket is going to be pure blue. Let's see. At least we've got some colour up here. That's sort of the original. Not too bad. We've got a lovely white here. Right, right there. This crosses in perhaps. And then I'll get some intense red on it. Where these whites are, we'll put them. I'll keep reminding myself that this is a painting, not a photo. We're not trying to reproduce a photo. Put in some, where I put the whites, I'm just adding some flecks of the red. Just walk away and come back, I think. And just have another look. All little circles. The flowers, Dave. It's quite nice blue, that. Not very red red. There probably need some extra bits of white in it at some stage. Lovely red this. Am I cheating? No. No, no, no. And smooth it in the mirror. You want it to be a softer effect. Very good. Lovely, stronger red. Oh, take a bit of and bring out our horses. Colour, saddle, whatever this is. Soften it down. Give it a little bit more information. So this could take what this picture is not what we intended, is it? As such, it's turned into a much more intense. If anything, that's gone a bit too dark now. And just soften it back down with a bit of white. A bit in, blend it across. Try not to look at the picture. I'm trying to formulate my own decisions on how I want it to be. The beauty of using these pencils, of course, is you get to control the lines much stronger. Just to prove the point there, just put some, encourage those where I want go up there as the line across where the top of the counter is. I've decided this is the counter. Lovely jubbly. Really funny this, doing about 4 different methods of painting all at the same time. Need to add a bit more. Yeah, a little bit of subtlety down here. And follow that edge down. I want to And some colour to this now. Don't go too mad. White underneath. I just want it to start looking a bit like tacky paint. Put a bit on, just to brush around. Soften it down. Bit of water wouldn't hurt, just to get it to flow. Same over here. Nice. When that dries back, I can boost it up. Get a little bit over this as well. Looks like, make it feel like there's a slightly paling paint, drop in some colour. Stand back every now and then, see where we're at. Time we put some hard lines on it, or ease it back. We need some blue shadow. Blue shadow. For the light. For the horses. No. Put a few flecks in. He's coming along. And then it's a question of, again, looking, deciding on where you want some of these more intense shadows to be. Got some really dark colour that I can encourage his hoof. I think I've lost a horse's hoof here. Maybe it was one over there. Maybe that'll be fine. Only we know about that one. A little bit of dark. And I'll have to put a little bit of white across that to bring his other leg back. This leg over here goes down here. That's fine. Right. Teasing me that. Gradually building it up into something interesting. Those fingers are a bit of a problem because they're so faint in the overall colour structure. I've been trying to wangle different ways of teasing them out. No real effect. Supposed to be an artist. Should be able to solve that problem, but I'm stuck on it. I've done a bit more to the floor. I've added quite a bit to colour to Mo's shoes. Problem we've got is no matter how you, well, must be, might have to add 10. Need to add something really dark around by her feet to get her, stop her falling off the well, just the grounder really, to make her. I'll add a few more darks here and there. That's all we can do now. Let's just add loads of interesting dark elements. I need to brighten this horses and try and make it stand out a bit. Let's have a bright yellow pattern in it, doesn't it? As the more I look at this photograph, the more it's not on that bit, it's on this bit. The more things, more stuff I see. It's crazy. I'm not going to paint it diligently. I'm just going to make a bit of yellow, make it look like there's something going on. These squiggly lines, it's gold, isn't it? It's sort of heraldic pattern. Maybe a bit along the edge. Yeah, it's got it on the head as well. But these bits we can spend weeks doing all this malarkey. I'm going to do a bit of work on this gargoyle. I think it's some sort of gargoyle thing. So my favourite colour at the moment is a tube of permanent white that I keep touching up elements of the picture because it's watercolour. It says it's permanent, but it's not that permanent. It fades back. And my fan, oops, just stuck my hand in Maureen's shoes, and they go white. They look too white for a minute, but in a minute it fades back. As it dries, it fades back. Gives me the opportunity to amend it, to say this area needs a bit more work, and I think we can dull this down, blend a bit of the white from the side here. The mixing up loads of burnt umber and blue, giving me that really nice dark colour, because I need to add it all over the place really. Give these areas a bit of depth, which is where I put my hands here. So much. I'm not too fussed if it doesn't be a perfectly straight line, because I'll use a bit of watercolour pencil or something and a ruler at some point. You can easily straighten these bits up in the morning. Not dark enough, but it is watercolour, remember, so something in there. Nice, people turn that into a join. Done the piece up there, just needs a bit more brightening up. How I did it, I just used some actually sort of dirty yellow colour, if nothing else. And put a blob of it going one way. What happens when it gets to the point? It's really dark on this side, isn't it? I'm just making it damp with the yellow. And I've got my dear old shadow colour, purple, blue, and a bit of burnt umber to I can just drop it on the top. Just a little bit of underpainting really to need to do that. If they seem to be. It's the trouble, after you've spent so much time on a paint, you get to a certain stage where you think, I just want rid of it. I just want it sorted and done and move on to the next one. Right, at some point I'm going to take a look at the sketch and redraw in the correct lines here so that I can tidy that up really well. One of my priorities at the moment. Just want to get the overall look and feel of it. It's just shadow colours I'm playing with here. Just jiggling it about with the brush. Try and find some. Won't put any more on there. I need some over this side. Just a side that goes right down. So the most annoying bits, I might have to use a ruler and a watercolour pencil and draw some lines into there to make it look like what do you call it, panelled floor. And a few shadow areas. While it was forcing. What sort of tough to do? What you've got to do is put a few bits of shadow in here and there, and it'll bring the horse forwards or back, push it back if you make it white. You know, interesting exercise, this picture, to be quite frank with you. I was going to use could say it's been a bit of hard work, bit of a struggle. Sticking my paint, my hand in wet paint doesn't help. Not sure if she'll be happy having the nostrils like that, but a bit of paint with my hands there. It's such a busy picture. Deciding what goes where. It's been a real. It's a labour of love and continues to be so. haven't really focused much on this area yet, so just a bit of dry brushwork, smooth it about, give the impression of something interesting going on. I think it deserves, the vase deserves a bit more genuine attention there, and a few bits in remind me to do some nice work on it. Predominantly using a lot of a goldy yellow colour that I've been mixing up. Merely Ming bars. You need to get that looking interesting. A little line of paint and some clean water to give it a little bit of, and push it like that. Make it look like it's rain bars then. Something like that. So it's just dirty. Right. Yep. Just thinking about the lid. Put a bit on that in. And we've got that. And drop a little bit of colour onto it. Maybe a little bit more shadow, just to make the bars down. Something like that. Stand back, and then the next stage, I think, is to, when it's dried, have a really good go at this. The horse definitely got any metallic type paint. The idea would be to add some on here. Something a bit more opaque than watercolour, really, to keep it from, make it look more interesting. Two elements that I'm three now. I'll just drop the lid off the paint. Let's sort out, I want to sort that out a bit. Sort that little gargle thing out, I'll get rid of it. And just a bit more on the floor. Where did that lid go? Get in there, get in there. It's saying that 3 days. Right. So we've added drawn a few bits back in on this piece here, which I think that is a nice bit of light blue just to start all rolling. Go down where I want it to stop, somewhere along those lines. And this area is really nice. Going back to our shadow colour. You know, lovely design. thing. Great fun with different glazes. Deliberately put pencil lines down there so that I can reaffirm where I want to put some lines down on the other side. Otherwise I'm going to lose it. It's a bit taller than the original, but am I bothered? No, not really. Our little furry friend over here is going to have to be brought back to life. Relying back on my infamous tube of white trick. I'm going to put in some white where I think I have to make it up as such, and then add some different colours in. I think fairly wary. If I make that on there. Just try and learn to stop putting my arm in bits of paint. This bit here is a part of what I'm doing is I'm just dropping bits of white in with the intention of adding little bits of brown umber, right, burnt umber and some yellow to make it sort of a light, sort of a brown colour there, almost, and just dabble it on where the white is. It will give us that weathered stone sort of look. Same with his hair. Could be anybody, couldn't it? There's a gargoyle beside you. But where the white is, you put some brown, it will just turn into. Be careful there, it's gone a bit too far over. Might have to let it dry and come back. Paint what you see. So if it's see a dark area, put dark in. But eventually the image that you're looking for will turn up. That's going to fade back there. You want a nice dark area down that side as well. And down there. You make a mark there. Maybe. Initial mark. And then I can lighten it up with some white in there. What about pencil lines? It'll bring it back to life. So, trying to think of shadow really. With line. And add a little bit more onto those. And just try and tidy them a bit. They won't be this colour at the end. We'll put some flesh on them to. Sounds strange thing to say, put flesh on your hands, but just to bring them back to life. I'm just looking for some accents, put a few more accents on on things. And same goes for this plinth area. Got some highlights areas there. Fortunately, that's come back to life there. And it was just shadow, which is violet, blue, but a bit of burnt umber. And make that go right over to there. Push those over. Darken it off. Do a bigger brush, I think. Even you don't mind joining us. Brilliant, but tells a story, which is all we ever want out of a picture. My room's in the studio space here is starting to get quite dark, you know. And by making this dark and the foot white, it's going to make the horse come forward a bit. And watch I don't go over too much on those legs. I want them to stay. It's going to dry anyway, so and fade back. Just been a constant battle with the floor since we started off. As it's coming closer towards me, I've just teased a little bit of burnt sienna into the shadow colour, just to lighten it up a bit, warm it up if anything. It's like all these things is you look at a painting and think, I just need to put that little blob of colour here. And that one little blob of colour ends up being almost a complete redraw of the whole painting. So be careful. Lesson learned there. What we put blobs of colour ends up being 100. The infamous Maggie Hamblin said that many moons ago. I can put my hand in blue paint over here. There. What I'm going to do now is make this area in between damp, just water, and then drop in some of that shadow in there. Same over there. Let it do. Not too strong there. Again, the excess. Just let it soften down. Clean water on the brush. Having the excess off. And just see if we can tease a bit more out of nose situation there. I'm a bit loath to put too much in because it's gradually getting more and more intense. I think a line of colour like that, and then drop in clean water and let it run, is a nicer way of doing it. Oh dear. Still beavering away at this tidy image. I sort of, this could be one of the longest image videos in history. I quite like it. This is all coming together now. The more river. See over here. Now this, what I was playing with earlier. So it's going to tone it down and lift a few bits out of it. Get some sort of. I deliberately put too much paint on it, so that when I lift it off, I'll get the sort of nice little bits. I want it to be sort of blurred. Got to find the face in this. Make the background a little bit darker, lift it out. So I was saying earlier, one of the things I was rescuing this picture, it seems to be the only way to do it. And add in at least some sort of sparkle with using some permanent watercolour white there to even then it fades back really quick. Just looking at the roughly and just sort of trying to put in some of the shapes. So it's probably detail. I was going to say, look, not watching dry. So it's a bit like painting in the negative. It's sort of paint the shapes and the subject or the item evolves from the shape. You will get something that's white and no dries back. With the body, it's got to be sort of a yellowy brown colour. Getting the right tone. Really making my own. I was feeling a gargle. Mine's turning into one. We've got loads of nice burnt umber and blue mixed up together on the palette. Some really nice easy dark. I'd say a bit of the more I look at the picture, the more things to see. Things that are really like you. More difficult to see it. It's white and very bright, so let's get to bits like it. I tidied this piece up here. Still think this area could do with knocking back a little bit. It's I don't know what it is really. It's milkier. It's not so. You look at it, it feels smoother and a little bit done. I want it better tone. That's the reason. Just a quick smoothing of the white. Just to make it back. Earlier on, I've still got them in the text. It's some little pastel pencils that I've got going on. So quite handy for just putting colour in. You can make it quite shiny. That's work with watercolour quite well. There's no reason why. I have done it quite often. Pushing quite hard. There's no reason why. I'll show you. Just put a little bit of water in and over and do that. Pigment and just blend in. It's water. It's rather bad, but pretty robust. It's not there anymore. It's really making it. But, I think I might actually put another piece up in there. Not so strong. A nice row of dark. Dark. I've got some dry, a little bit dry brush. flaky. A bit of wear in that, just that sort of ornament. Nice. Just a sort of dirty grey that's in the colour. My horse is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Didn't seem to get a nice tone of yellow. Well, it's cigarette stain, isn't it? What it looks like to me. So what I did, I painted the rascal with lots of this one. The idea is let's blend the yellow down. And then I kind of don't like it. I think it needs better. This sticking with the little bits of grey that I've been utilising. Maybe I need some fussy. Maybe I'm not moving off the second. Oh, a nice bit of Terry Harrison golden yellow mixed in with a little bit of that white on the top. Bit of clean water in there. Get it to gently paint in. It's definitely there. It's one of those. I'm just going to to the moon and just see what it looks like. Place down, a bit more shadow, more orange, more blue. Don't dry back, honestly. It's colour finish, underrated, underused as well. I'm not liking that yellow. It's not working for me. Still work. It's no why. Just looking for dark bits that I can emphasize a bit more. It's a bit more. It's probably watercolour. That looks great when you leave it and then come back and it's dry, it fades back so much. Bit of edge to it. That's going to dry quite a lot. Something. You know, tell when I'm concentrating because I don't talk so much. Bit like interesting to see what thinks of this. Putting in quite dark. It's going to fade quite. I think it's only it's a very low water in it, very diluted. This has consequences. So put it there. Each one it's just a bit of a paint into them. In fact, could do with a little bit of, yeah. This green, yellow on me. Seems to have some sort of green tint to it. I don't know where I've got it. Fades back a bit. That's a little. It's quite new. Come on. Gold next to this. 4-degree pattern. I'm putting on very, very thick. It's very nice. Just need to put a bit of yellow on that red. Yeah. Cheeky balls.